Sveiki, sveiki, laba diena, sveiki susirinkę, turim 20. Bet ta, kur didžioji ant suflerio.
Hello everyone who gathered here in this beautiful location. Also hello to those who joined us online from various locations within Europe and maybe beyond. My name is Inga Ablingienė. I am partner of Transport Innovation Association. Also, I am a transport policy area coordinator at EU Strategy for the Baltic Sea region. And today, having daily activities related to the reduction of negative impact in transport sector, I am happy to welcome you to GreenLogistics Masterclass. So I do believe that all those you who gathered here already have some knowledge about CO2 calculations and Scope 3 emissions, and our aim of today is to deepen our knowledge, also to learn some industry experience, and there will be a number of our colleagues who will share their stories. This event is happening due to Admiral project. Admiral project is funded by Horizon Europe program, and today we also have key members of Admiral project is Harry. So can you wave if there will be some people who would like to learn how to calculate CO2 emissions, how to build sustainable transport logistic chains. So please talk to Harry and he will talk about Admiral more. And the masterclass is hosted by Transport Innovation Association. We are the organization which seeks to make transport more greener, more digital and more sustainable, and we try to make it sooner than later in Lithuania and beyond. So this masterclass is an introductory event to GreenLogistics Hackathon, which will be launched right after this masterclass is over. And on the screen you can see the agenda of today. We will listen to 3 presentations and also a panel discussion. After each presentation, I will invite you to ask questions to the speakers. So please use this opportunity while they are on stage or during the networking coffee break. And now I cannot wait to introduce the first speaker, sustainability advisor and partner at Sustinere, Indrė Blauzdžiūnaitė, who will share the knowledge and experience what logistic companies need to know for reporting CO2 emissions and how to manage ESG.
Thank you, Inga. Welcome, everyone. Nice to see you here, and you are very patient people coming to a masterclass on such a nice day on Friday, so congratulations already. I'll try to make this overview not too technical and to give you really an overview, because I know that our colleagues after me will dive a bit more into details and how to deal with the CO2 calculations especially, and therefore I will focus on the why. Why is this important? What's here and what's coming maybe for you directly or for your client companies, and therefore I'll focus mainly about the reporting directive and why and how companies need to do that. And as Inga mentioned, I'm a partner at Sustinere. That's the largest and one of the first ESG dedicated advisory companies in the Baltics. So we are in Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania for over 6 years now. Today my focus is the CO2 emissions and the regulations that are here already, or the ones that will be applicable to the companies in the very near future. Also the ESG requirements what's here and coming, and then focusing a bit more on the E letter or on the environment and what are the main issues and hacks there. So before stepping into the context of ESG, I'm just curious, out of the audience here, how many, what's the split between the large companies and the smaller companies? How many of you here represent the companies that have over 250 employees? Okay, around a half. Thank you. So yeah, that's interesting and important to know, and in a moment I will mention why. But basically, today we are in the situation where the requirements are there. Probably all of you for a while already know all the buzzwords and keywords of ESG, CO2, CSRD, ESRS, and so on. And I guess no one today would think anymore that that's not for me, that's not applicable to my company, it isn't important to us. It is pretty clear already in the market that ESG requirements or ESG actions will apply to all of us here. And the pressure is there from several angles, and it is only growing. However, sometimes requirements do come before the guidance, and we have several situations where we need to do something already, but we are not super clear how. Also, there is in some areas we are lacking the unified approach or clear frameworks on how to act on those requirements. And therefore it leaves many companies in the position when it's sort of clear, the kind of the framework of requirements is here, but not the toolkit, not the guidance of how to achieve them. Due to that, we also see lack of the good market examples or the best practice. So even in the events like this, where companies would come to share the experience and the know-how, sometimes this know-how raises more questions than answers. And last but definitely not least is still what we see a lot in the companies today, that many management teams still do not see the real purpose of the ESG. They rather see it as compliance, as a bureaucracy boundary. And they are just doing that for the sake of compliance, basically. Well, what we are usually saying to our clients that it's becoming too expensive to do it just for compliance, because anyway it's going to be there. It's going to be a process throughout many years. So if it's done just in order to check the boxes, it's not going to be worth it. But there are many good and interesting things within CSRD framework and how is it built that companies would be obliged sort of to look deeper and to see the deep purposes of sustainability and how they can interfere with the current business strategy. So that's actually the objective. Yeah, to finish with the overview, so basically there are several angles or pillars, as I mentioned, that are sort of gatekeeping or pushing those ESG requirements onto the companies today. And of course, the main pillar is the financial sector. So sustainability requirements were first of all applied to financial sector, and they, as the largest companies, are kind of the overview of the market. They are then putting it down on the companies, on their clients, on their portfolio, basically. But I would name three those gatekeepers or the pillars. So first of all, it's regulatory institutions. So for us, it's mainly European Commission and many institutions underneath that are building those policies and then applying them to the market. Then, yeah, banks and financial institutions, as mentioned before. So European Central Bank is doing a lot of changes into how and what they are requiring from the banks, and therefore then banks are putting it down onto portfolio. And of course, clients, partners will business market in general. So yeah, large companies, they have started reporting sustainability activities already or are about to do so, and therefore from the large companies the snowball is growing, and the obligation is applied to more and more companies throughout the year. But I will get back to that in a moment. So now a bit more diving into a bit more details of the CSRD requirements or reporting requirements in general. So they are basically free when we think about kind of the most important reporting directives when it comes to ESG. So first of all is the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation. That's the reporting initiative more dedicated to financial institutions. So we will not focus on that much today. Taxonomy is the part where companies need to disclose and calculate all their sustainable activities. So it has to be done within the financial reports or within the sustainability reporting in a year. And the main one, which we will dive into details now, is the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. So basically the document which puts the obligation on the large companies to start reporting their CO2, their ESG activities already, and it's applied to more and more companies. Why CSRD is so important and such a big buzzword. Those who have been reporting already in the past might know some of those names above, because previously we had several frameworks or regulations or the toolkits of how to do your ESG reporting. So basically CSRD merges all of them and takes the best practice of each of that framework that has been used in the market previously and makes it a one unified approach. And here you see the timeline of that. So yeah, when I was asking before how many of you are from the large companies, so to those, I believe this timeline is already very well known, because most likely those companies have started preparing for their reporting already. If not, they should do it. They should do it now. But as you see, to the smaller companies, also the obligation will come in several years. So basically, the first wave of the companies is already this year. Those who had to report their non-financial results previously, and then from the next year is the large companies, and then further the SMEs. The main goals of this kind of large obligation is not to make your life harder or not to establish one more department in the company. It's really to set a unified approach to all this ESG mist, which is in many cases very interpreted, I would say, in different ways by different companies. So the purpose of CSRD is to, first of all, apply comparability of the results, that every company who talks about sustainability would talk about the same objectives, that they would identify their material areas and what needs to be reported on the same framework, on the same rules, and basically their results would be comparable. Readability, so that's dedicated more to data and kind of what's done with that data afterwards. So in order to manage those emissions, in order to really know what's the situation in Europe and in the world, we need readable data, we need comparable data. So there are also requirements of how to report that it could be machine readable. And the most important one, I would say, is the strategy setting. So there are really many steps before the report itself that puts CSRD requirement as a strategic step, so it really cannot be done by one person somewhere in the team anymore, or it cannot be done as a quick hack, as a project of the last month, like, look, we forgot something, let's put something in this report. It's not that way anymore. The project of kind of entire CSRD timeline must start at least with 1 year timeline before, and it's in order to really understand what out of the current activities, out of the current business strategy and business model has risks, where are the opportunities, and how to deal with them later on. And this is kind of this 1 year framework that I was talking about. So, well, 1 year is kind of just to give you an idea, but it really is a pretty long process until we reach to the final step, the step 5, which is the ESG report, which is required and which is going to be audited afterwards. So as a first step, which companies quite often tend to miss, but without that we see that other steps are way harder. So first of all, it starts with the awareness creation and alignment within the management team. So everyone from the top management would understand why is it done, what's the purpose, what's the involvement needed from them in order to make it a strategic step. And then it starts with the double materiality assessment. So basically the step where companies need to understand what areas, what topics under their activity are the most material or the most important. And I won't focus maybe that much on the other steps because it's pretty different for those who have not done ESG reporting before and it's just starting as a first year, and for those who do have something. So basically those who did have reported before, they would have to do some gap assessments and improvements anyway to meet the CSRD requirements, and those who are starting from scratch, they can take all of those steps step by step. Yeah, regardless the position, regardless whether the company was doing something for ESG reporting before or not, it is going to be about the data collection. It is going to be about alignment of different departments, and it's going to be about the process implementation. And just to mention a little more the double materiality assessment, so as mentioned before, this is the first step basically in the ESG journey, and it is very important because it helps or it pressures companies to understand the material topics to them that are applicable to their business from outside, but also inside out. So what is the trace, what is the footprint that they are leaving to the world? So therefore is the double materiality assessment, so to understand the outside in and inside out perspectives. And and this way company identifies the key impacts, risks and opportunities within their business. But the most important part of that is that it puts the obligation for companies to address and to understand those risks and opportunities, not only within their own activities, but within the value chain as well. And what does it mean to you? So if you are the large company, it means you will have to do this entire process in order to look further into your value chain and understand main risks and opportunities there. If you are not a large company yet, and it may seem that the reporting obligation, it's not there for you yet, you are most likely part of some of the large clients' value chain. And they would look into you, they would look into your activity, they would try to understand whether there are risks coming from your side that could apply to them. So they will be asking for data, they will be asking for your policies of ESG management and for more and more things. So even if you don't have to do the reporting yourself just yet, it's very likely that you need to start the process anyway. So therefore, the important regulation which was adopted a few months ago is the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. So this is basically the document which makes this value chain topic an obligation, not a choice anymore. And I see that my time is really melting, so I won't focus a lot on the topics of how the reporting is being done, but just to highlight that this climate and environmental topic is one of it is the most important in the reporting topical standards to all the companies. So regardless of materiality assessment, every company must report their climate change actions, and there are quite a lot of subtopics or like the areas of how this package needs to be reported, and it talks a lot about the mitigation processes. It talks about the strategy on the climate change adaptation and mitigation. So again, as mentioned before, if you are the large company, it leaves you in no choice. You must have your climate change adaptation plan. And if you are the smaller company, it's likely that your clients will ask for one from you because they will need to report that. So it's important to start thinking about it. And now focusing on the E-letter, so I'm glad that I guess there aren't many business representatives anymore who would deny the CO2 emissions or who would not think that the environmental issues are related with their activities. So it is about CO2 and about climate change in many cases. I guess you all know the numbers of the transport in general and what portion of this entire emissions pie comes from the transport, and from logistics are responsible for 1/3 of all emissions coming from transport, or for around 5% of the global CO2 emissions. And just a few days ago, there was an important regulation adopted by the European Commission, which basically strengthened the targets of CO2 emissions reduction for logistics companies. So before we had a target up to 2024 and up to 30, which was 15 and 30%. And now, as you see, it is 90% by 2040. So it is super ambitious. It is known, but it is already there, and it has been stamped a few days ago. So again, it leaves logistics companies in no position not to act. It is mandatory. But there are several problems to start with that, and I won't go a lot into details because the speaker after me will tell you much more about all the issues and struggles with the CO2 calculations. But I just want to leave you with a few examples of how companies are doing that, because we hear a lot from our clients in logistics that, well, yeah, we can start calculating our emissions, we can report that, but that's about it. You know, we are logistics. There isn't much we can do. Well, it isn't true. It is hard, yes, and definitely you can't go into net zero fully, but there are things to be done, and science-based targets is the initiative that basically helps companies to calculate what's the ambition level they should put on their reduction goals. And I just took the few examples that shows here how ambitious some companies are. So PostNord is the Swedish logistics company, and they've been one of the first ones to adopt SBTIs from the logistics perspective. And as you see here, their objectives are minus 40%. As you see, they start their calculations in 2009, which is really early, and therefore today they are in the position that they have a lot of data already. They can calculate their ambition appetite pretty realistically because they do have a lot of data. So therefore, as mentioned before, the data collection actually helps you to build a realistic strategy and the one which would not make you lose money at the end of the day. But anyway, better to do it sooner than later. Yeah, here you see the main strategic activities that PostNord is taking. So as you see, it isn't like one or two low-hanging fruits. It really applies to basically every segment, every aspect of their business activity. Another good example is Scania. So their science-based target is made out of two angles. So first of all, thinking about their own operations, where they committed to reduce emissions by half. So it's basically everything that it's done within the company. And another super interesting target is on their scope 3 emissions. So basically everything which is not directly done by them, but which comes from their products and from the activities related to their business. So the reduction objective here is minus 20%, and it is huge. For scope 3 emissions, minus 20%, it's very, very ambitious because there are a lot of companies who focus on the scope 1 and 2 emissions because, well, they are directly in control of the companies. You can adapt the policies of what kind of electricity you buy, or how you manage your own fleet, and so on. But once you release the product to the market, it becomes much harder. So therefore, it is important to see that some companies also look into scope 3 reduction. And the third example, which I found very interesting, is the International Post Corporation. So with this, I wanted to show that not only the financial market players, but also other institutions can set targets and can support companies to adopt the targets. So also the Transport Association or other communities could support companies to do that. And what's happening today and then in these days with the Masterclass is part of that, so that you are talking about it is very important. And this is basically what are the strategic initiatives of the Post Corporation. So in the whole world, they are setting the huge program of education, of the strategic support to their members of the association in order to share the best practice, in order to encourage them to set their own targets, and to basically to make it a trend within the association. So all of us have a role to play, or kind of the position from which the ESG management could be taken, but it's important to find your angle. Yeah, and I leave you the room for some Q&A, and here's just the key takeaways that I wanted to highlight. So basically, yeah, the requirements are there, and every company will need to do something, and it may seem to look a bit scary, but it's good to think about it as about a process. So maybe it starts with the project in the first year, but then it will be treated as one of the usual business processes. And to do it with the purpose, it's important to understand the key risks and opportunities, and to start that sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Indrė, very much. Now we have time for one question. So would there be someone who would like to ask Indrė? The largest company. So I have a question. Indrė, when you are working with the companies, where do the barriers come from? Is it the mindset? Is it the legal acts, or what is the barriers that you face?
Yeah, there are really quite a lot of them, and they are different from company to another, but I'm glad to notice that the mindset shift is already happening. So if in a few years ago it was more about the education that yes, it will be important, yes, you won't be able to avoid that, or yes, your CO2 emissions matter, now we need to do less and less of that. It seems that companies understood that they have a role to play in that. It's more about the process, I would say. Companies know that they will need to do something, but they don't know where to start. They don't know where to start. They don't know how many new people in the team they would need or how to share those responsibilities. So basically implementing the process from scratch.
Thank you very much, Indrė.
Thank you all.
The next speaker I would like to invite is Radhika Ralhan from Smart Freight Center Academy. And Radhika came to us to Vilnius today from Netherlands, from Maastricht, but also from all over the world. Radhika is a global sustainability leader, global sustainability impact leader, I would say, who worked with multiple stakeholder organizations in Asia, in Europe, Southeast Asia, and America. And today we have a unique opportunity to attend Radhika's training on GLEC framework. So please make yourself comfort, because now you will get a dose of good content for another 2 hours. So, Radhika.
Thank you so much, Inga. And yeah, 2 hours. First of all, I'm representing the Smart Freight Center Learning Academy. Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Harvey. Thank you, Asta, and the wonderful team, and especially the tech guy sitting at the back. I'm from India. We have a soft corner for tech people. So thank you, happy to be here. And 2 hours, yes, it's going to be interesting, engaging, and they give very fancy title, Global Sustainability Impact Leader. That's like marketing title. I'm very humbled with the presence of very key stakeholders, as we say. And thank you for the previous presentation, very rightly stated about the challenges of reporting. And I think I'll dwell more into that. We can either make it very, very monotonous, or we can make it much more fun. Sustainability for me is fun, cool, and creative. Sorry, I'm a millennial. No offense to anybody's age, but millennial is from the thinking. Let's be informal here. We are here to learn. We are here to collaborate. We are here to even solve solutions. I think that's the whole purpose of the hackathon tomorrow together, right? So thank you so much once again, and I begin. That's a little bit about me. I think she's already stated much. I am as direct and even more direct as a Dutch. I ride a refurbished Dutch bike, which has no front brake, so I do not own a car. And yes, I worked in logistics. So yeah, and I'm passionate about sustainability. One of the key things, and I'll bring you the importance of IS, and I was just mentioning that to some of my friends here. I was appointed very humbly by the Indian government to start the first of its kind IS 26001 standards. India has a mandate of 2% of CSR. And we also launched the IS 26001, which is now in some form coming as CSDD. I don't know how you like the acronyms. It's the social due diligence. For the first time, the E in ESG is not going to be given emphasis, but also the social, and governance remains. So that's something which you should always keep in mind, that sustainability and corporate social responsibility is conjoining. All this is a part of the overall sustainability framework. It's a systems thinking process. A little bit about myself. So that's where my journey with India began. I was also nominated, I was actually an Atlas Score Fellow. It's a very interesting fellowship program from the United States. They select 17 young change makers across the world. So I like to work with different nationalities. I'm a globetrotter. I love to collaborate with different cultures. And it's also a period of crisis because COVID, my parents with cancer, and they always taught me to, use crisis as an opportunities. Does that stop any challenges, stop us to be opportunistic or resolve into solutions? No, you should always see challenges as a critical thinking or just, refreshing your mindset to develop a new solution that works in sustainability. It's not philosophical, it's the foundation of any sustainability. And one of the challenges was when I came back from Washington, D.C., I did not have any money. I did a crowdfunding for my education, and all my friends and family supported. So whatever I am here in Netherlands to do an MBA in the sustainable development is a result of the collaboration. That was one of the teachings from my teachers on sustainability as well. Worked in UPS, also created the Sustainability Index for Philips for their logistics, repair, and refurbished products. And yes, I'm in Netherlands riding my bike, and I'm a Maastrichtier. It's one of the SDG city. It's also a city where the European Union was signed. So that's about me. And I'm sure you all also have those milestones. So bring that. I'm passionate about sustainability. One of the few lucky ones who get to do what they love. Yeah. So now we come to sustainable reporting. I think, why do companies report on sustainability? Can anybody just give a very small answer or anything? Why do you report on sustainability? Anyone? Fantastic. I love it. Man, it's a regulation. I don't care. Why am I just supposed to, do a sustainable reporting? Anybody else? Why do you report? Regulation, regulatory driver. Very rightly stated by the previous speaker. Why do you report? Yeah, interesting. Some kind of data. And why do you need that data? Interesting. To do something better. Does that form your strategy? A decarbonization strategy? Do you agree? Can it? Or we are still very far from it? It's strategy. So it's just strategy on paper. No? Call for action. Okay, so let's see the state of the art today. While we acknowledge that it's a regulatory, it's a strategy, it's a need for data, the reality is that while climate change is emerging as one of the top issues for companies, here you're also feeling the pressure. And that is an interesting chart. Please read the Deloitte report. I am not endorsing Deloitte, but this is something very, very interesting. It's not just the government, but you will also see your employees, stakeholders, investors are seeking credible data. What are the actions that you're doing on sustainability? I want to trigger your imagination a bit before going to the end of the cycle, which usually is reporting. So this is happening. And most importantly, customers. If you're in the logistics, and I was, and previously even in different companies, it's also customers driving that change. So it's a holistic of stakeholders. The pressure is mounting, yeah? But what are the challenges then to do sustainability? The number one, I think you rightly raised, it was also the cost. But most importantly, difficult to measure environment impact. Any of these challenges are being identical to you? Or do you feel there are any other challenges that you feel, which is being displayed here? And there is no right or wrong. It's all about shared experiences, your on-ground experiences. It doesn't mean you have to be in sustainability also. Any other challenges that you see which is not mentioned here that you feel is a hurdle to execute sustainability? Anyone? So we do environment, it's too costly. Investors' demand is a struggle, obstacles. Lack of political support. On one hand, you're having these regulations, but what is the government or what is the political support that you're gaining? insufficient supply of low emission inputs, I think that's related to scope 3. Any other you wanted to state? Do you feel lack of education and skills an important aspect as one of the key obstacles in doing sustainability? Do you agree? Yeah, that is. It's, you know, the big fours will not say that because otherwise they'll lose their clientele. So that's why they have the 5 ones. I'm just triggering that. It's education, skills, and even any sustainability agenda, especially reporting, trust me, will not be run by the sustainability teams. If the finance, if your sales, if your procurement or supply chain, if they are not aware of the sustainability, forget it, the agenda fails. It's not even a business case. And more companies are realizing this. And it goes back to a systems thinking approach. View your supply chain and stakeholders as systems. You know, the previous speaker also mentioned something about double materiality. Anybody knows what double materiality is exactly here? No. Yeah, good, huh? It's good to always say no. Double materiality means that now, and I'm making it very simple for the audience, ensuring the impact in the communities, external environment will also get reported, or companies have to measure that, rather than just, you know, what are my emission factor, what are my environmental. But double materiality also brings that aspect of, hey, I'm into an oil and gas, or whether I'm in logistics, or I'm setting up a site. How does this impact the nearby community? How does this impact my suppliers? Am I taking that into account? Double materiality. So it's not outward, it's also inward. Why am I stating that is, it's also one of the key obstacles because you don't have the skills, you don't know which stakeholders to interact, you also are very wary to interact with NGOs. And NGOs are a stakeholder, I'm just citing an example. All of this is pivotal to do reporting. We are not just here to, just learn about, hey, teach me a framework, what is the GLEC framework, I'll imply it into my supply chain. Understand the basis. And the previous speaker very rightly set the context for me. She actually did my job, so it's okay. Yeah. So, decoding the why. I usually use the presentation with Simon Sinek's golden circle. Are you aware of the golden circle model? You nodded. Can you tell me what is it? Yeah. So you start with the why. You decode the why first. I just reversed it. What is it? And how would you do it? My entire talk is going to be, or the training is going to be like that. Why? We have just decoded it. What is the GLEC? And how? I have some very cool examples. Asta was going mad when I said, Asta, I'm going to bring an IT tool to show how does the GLEC is applied, right? And she was going bizarre. She says, I know, but are you teaching GLEC, right? Like, don't go beyond the plan. But in sustainability, the #1 learning I learned was to be agile. Go back to your drawing board, change the presentation last minute. I was giving a hard time to the tech guys and to Rugilė, just change it. And you know, one of my colleagues is also coming, who I worked, AI, let's bring some cool AI solutions because everybody wants to see that. Nobody wants to work on Excels. Any idea how many data points are there in CSRD, just out of curiosity? The previous speaker was talking a lot about CSRD, Corporate Sustainable Reporting Directive. Give me a rough number, data points. Close, 1,957. And you're sending these Excels to supply chain people, to your transport. Now that I'm not in transport, I would give it to them. And I say, hey, can you fill that up for me? And they are going bonkers because you don't know, and apologies for my French, like I said, I'm very direct. Everybody is trying to understand where does this data point fit into my strategy. So most importantly, logistics, my friends, is one sector which I feel, and I feel very empathetic also because not only you will be struggling with the CSRD, the top regulations which the governments are doing as a company, but you're also getting accounted for your sector-based emissions. You know, transport, trade lanes, which may not be getting into CSRD, but your customers are asking for it. You want to devise your own strategies, right? You want to see out of my 200 lanes, which are my 100 decarbonized lanes. Some of you may be doing that. The large-scale companies may be doing that, but the others are not. So what I'm trying to say is we are at different scale of maturity, right? So you need to get the foundations correct, especially if you're in the logistics transport sector. On one hand, your customers who are already reporting on the CSRD will be asking you for your data files. And then secondly, you also want to know what is that business case for me internally. It's system strategy. How many of you are sustainability managers in your companies right now? Oh, wow. I am speaking to an audience which is not from sustainability. That's the biggest challenge. Yeah. So only 2, right? So this is what the reality is. And you're not going to, she rightly stated, you're not going to set up new departments, right? You're going to understand what it means business. A critique for sustainability professionals is we have made the discipline very complex. When I was working, the business development and the sales teams used to be scared. They said, we don't want to speak on it. Can you just come and speak to my customer? So what we are trying to do here is simplifying sustainable reporting, right? And GLEC helps you to do that. So in logistics, overall, in sustainability, and this is an interesting audience, what is the sustainability challenges that you face? Do you get that support from your sustainability managers and so on? And don't worry, your faces will not get recorded. I just want to hear the challenges, internal and external, anyone challenges. We talked about the larger, the economic pressures, the political pressures, and so on. In your company, yeah. It takes time. And time for implementing or the change management. It's a very valid point. Anyone? Time. Information for measurements from suppliers or for internally as well? Sorry? Knowledge. Internal. Any other? Some are already being listed here. Sorry, you had to say? Fantastic. Prioritization. Can you elaborate more on that, please? Prioritization. I know what you're trying to say, but I would like your perspective here more. Exactly, as per your current company's maturity level as well. And would you first move for external, or would you like to have an internal systemic foundations of sustainability being built? Internal. I'll come to that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, at the end. Yeah, yeah. That even if you want to move towards automation, I know what you mean, the digital security, the integration will take time and you have to do so many of checks. So there's an internal bureaucracy also that hampers. Prioritization is also linked to this time aspects and it leads to a lot of frustration to do projects. You don't get information. Do you know all of this is so interlinked? You don't have information. You don't know which framework are you following. I also get the critique that, hey, I think she showed that. So many frameworks, CDP, GRI, IFRS, CSRD, CSDD. I mean, which one should we follow? These are some of the challenges which also becomes, like I showed you my milestone, it also becomes an opportunity to solve them. And let me tell you how it is. It's also the change management. You also become those ambassadors. It's very difficult, trust me. One of my first assignments was to do the Next Gen Sustainability Program. Why? I wanted to just start with the awareness of 1,800 professionals. Just simple awareness. And how I did that was bringing entrepreneurs, not just talking. Sustainability people should not be talking about it. My friends, these are core challenges. But what happens in logistics is, one of the solutions is, and I'm not a sales agent. This is a proper ISO standard. 2 years ago, the Smart Freight Center, I just talked. We just talked about this, yeah. The Smart Freight Center actually is a very interesting, how many of you are aware of Smart Freight Center? Yeah, we're all aware of the Smart Freight Center. And I think one of the most important projects that the Smart Freight Center did was the GLEC. What is GLEC? You all came for and signed up for this masterclass. What is GLEC? Come on. I like the definition. What's the full form of GLEC? Global Logistics Emission Council started the whole GLEC framework. It's one of the key. Okay, is eco-transit is being used by your companies as a tool? Eco-transit? Okay, so because that's the point that I'll come into, the distinguish between the GLEC and the tool. I jumped on it, but let me tell you. So GLEC, very rightly stated, is one of the leading official framework that was instrumental by the Smart Freight Center, but it was done in a consortium with multi-stakeholders, with research institutes, and they formed an ISO 14083 standard. This is very important for you guys. You have customers, you have RFQs, you have tenders. They'll always ask you which is the framework that you are using in your GHG emissions as a transport provider or as a supply chain provider. You have to write GLEC from now on, right? And when I say you have to write, if you have to follow it also. Don't just cut, copy, paste and say, oh, I'm now going into my tenders, right? So yeah, it's already used by more than 170. I think the number is increasing now. It's also recognized methodology. The previous speaker very rightly talked about science-based targets. How many of the companies here are science-based target initiatives? Or are you aware of science-based targets? Okay, so science-based targets, CDP, Clean Air Coalition, GHG, GLEC, GRI, Global Reporting Initiatives, these are all sustainability standards, right? And GLEC, for your understanding, is a logistics, correct? So this is something which is very useful. It's the most recognized method, and don't get bored. We're not going to teach you accounting today. We're just going to give a very good overview, because we also have a very nice deep dive course at the Smart Freight Center. And since I'm an Indian, we love negotiations, we love discounts. So for this community, we would also like to give discounts for the course as well, for your own peers and for your own knowledge. And trust me, do go for it. It's one of the most innovative courses that has been launched, because we were facing those challenges of lack of knowledge and so on. Yeah? So I just talked about the outline of the masterclass. I also have a digital tool presentation. I also see an innovator right now. Massimo is here, so he's live here. He will also show you how you use accounting into your decarbonization of the strategy, right? So most importantly, the GLEC talks about calculation. It also talks about data management. You talked about that. The sources of data, emission factors, in a typical, because of the nature of the audience, typical questions like, is it used for all freights? Is it used for all transport modes? Which are the typologies of fuel? And so on. Before I start, is any one of you aware of GLEC? Are you using it right now? Or you're not aware because you're not from the sustainability team? Yeah, good. If not, go back to the team, say, hey, I had this class, I got the knowledge, are you using GLEC? So one of the second rules I want to tell you is always question, always be critical, because then only you'll have that collaborative mindset. One of the key things after the knowledge sharing sessions that I did, my salespeople, that's what I'm saying, till now they are mine, even operations people, a person from a logistics sites from East Europe is messaging me, mailing me as a sustainability professional, hey, I went to this class, I heard about this technology. Are you aware of it? Is our company using this? Start to question and know about sustainability. It's not going to be run by sustainability departments. In my current company, it's done by finance. And trust me, my friend, getting technology in a sector, any sector here is very, very difficult. So you need to get your basics correct. So coming back to it, this is the overall framework. So it teaches a whole method on calculation of emissions, collation of data, emission factors, But also, how are you using those emission results, right? That's what we talked about. What do you do with that data? Is it just a reporting to your customers, or can you make it into a form of strategy? Most importantly, can you also use carbon tools, right? Because people get scared, it's too complex. So you also have accredited partners to do that. Let me give you, and this is a little, bear with me, this is a little comprehensive. So the ISO 14083 has these requirements. So if you are a logistic company, or if you're a company seeking data from your transport suppliers, these are the reporting requirements. It's very essential to report on ISO, we discussed, because those are key questions. I'm relating it to the practical requirements on your tenders, on your RFQs. And let me tell you very honestly, I was out for some of the businesses if I don't have a sustainability requirement filled. And it was coming for certain sectors. Emission intensity, but also which end-to-end transport hub operations. These are very, and reference to the location. So certain indicators which are required, I know it's not easy to see, certain indicators which are required have to be reported by you as a company. And this is also how it is reported under the ISO, because it's now a standard. So if you're adopting the standard, if you want to be GLEC certified and so on, this is how the requirement of the standards are. ISO standards, as we all know, are management system standards. Some aspects of it will always be required. So these are basic that you have to do. Most importantly, these are all the transport modes that are being covered. So it includes air, pipelines, rails, roads, sea, but also the accredited partners, which are like your tools, also help you with intermodal, right? Intermodal scenarios and so on. How many of us here are from road freight? Okay. Ocean? Most on ocean. Ocean prices are also very high, so it's better you don't raise your hands. Air? Air is everyone? Air freight? Maximum on air freight? Business on air freight? All together, like complete supply. I mean, just understanding, complete. So you name it, the industry, the transport modes, it's all here. So it's something which was a very, a big challenge for companies, and they all came together and they also started to develop these methodologies catering to every industry type. So that was very essential. And also this is very critical. It was across the region. So it doesn't mean, this is one thing which I really want, this is a question I get, hey, is it just applicable for Europe? No. It's across. And I also encourage you to go to the Smart Freight Center. Of course, please get in touch with me if you want to have more details on the reporting or if you want to get trained. But don't think this is just, it cannot be also because of the nature of your business, just only Europe standard. So it is overall. So I just wanted to share that with you. It's an international standard. Like I said, it is covering all end-to-end and it is covering all the transport hubs. Most importantly, the GHG carries the transport activities, hub activities, GHG emissions, the energy emissions across the transport activities constituting the supply chains. But most importantly, it has a provision that if you have so many logistic sites, so that's another question that we get, hey, is it just covering your transport freight emissions, or I have a connectivity with my logistic site, will it be able to see or help me calculate the emissions of my logistic sites? It is doing that also now. So if I have to say emissions of a logistic site would be, can anyone explain it to me? When I say logistic emissions, site emissions, you're sitting in this room.
It is not only about the transportation, but about the surrounding of all of it.
Exactly. Let me turn the question. I say 30% of my logistic centers have renewable energy. How would I calculate that? Do I have a framework? It's this. you want to establish into your sustainable report, or to tell your customer, hey, we have a fantastic green site. We would like you to give us business. And he'll ask you, okay, how do you establish it's green? You have a framework. Even for the freight, right? So remember, even if you are not in the sustainability teams, even if you want to talk to your customers or also inside how you want to measure, you have the framework. So it is a totality of all the emissions. Well to tank. So how emissions are usually calculated, right? One is well to tank. We all understand well to tank. It's easier. It's simple science. Can you explain it to me, well to tank, for someone? They just asked me to come and present. You should have done that. Seriously, this is how, so it starts from production and distribution, how you're extracting, where the fuel is coming from and so on. Fuel combustion, when the fuel is burning. I'm just explaining it to some people who still want to understand. And we're all learners here. And then overall, well to wheel, right? So the emissions across this entire are then measured in terms of when you're hearing from electric vehicle, biofuel, fossil fuel. So well to tank will be covered by fossil fuels and tank to wheel. Biofuel, you will only cover mostly from this aspect. You know biofuels, by the way? Of course. Which are the biofuels? Where do we put the biofuel? Give me a biofuel. Grapeseed? Grapeseed. Rapeseed. Sunflower. Okay. And where do you do it? Which transport would you put it? Biofuel? Thank you. No. I'm telling you. I had, and I know my colleague will smile, I still had people who didn't know about biofuels. They were saying, which petrol station can I extract it from? So please, that's the reason we are all learning here. And that's why I wanted to really emphasize that. Sustainable aviation fuel, right? And you'd also talked about the road freight. And we are not going into details. The technological pathways of the biofuels are changing. It starts from feedstocks, agricultural waste, and it's coming from different methodologies. I've not put hydrogen and other aspects and how it's going, but this is just to give you a flavor. What's the connectivity between whale to wheel and so on? Why these terms are important? These are daily terms that you're going to be asked when you're reporting. Daily. So you should know in what context. If you're a road freight with maximum business, most of you are saying, if you're running on biofuel, can you calculate your emission? The framework is there. So we developed that framework to give that measurement, right? What is scope 1? Don't look at the slide. Who can talk about the difference between scope 1 and scope 3? Is scope 3 easy to calculate? Yes? What is scope 1 emission? Anyone? Are you aware of the scope emissions? Okay. So you're aware of scope emissions. Asta's nodding. Asta, you want to give it a shot? What is scope 2? Nobody's right or wrong, just like that. Let's talk. What is scope 1? Don't look at the slide, look at me. Come on, I'll flip the slide. Tell me, what is scope 1? Or tell them, yeah. Yeah, direct impact. Scope 2 is then? Indirect, exactly. Scope 3 is? You're all scope 3, by the way. All of you sitting here, if you're from the transport and supply chain, most of you are scope 3. The emission which is making everybody crazy. We cannot calculate scope 3. No, you can calculate scope 3. That's why you have a framework for such as GLEC. This is why I wanted to tell you. But it has taken a journey. Earlier, it is easier. It is very easy to calculate your direct emissions in a correct way. Scope 2, electricity, indirect emissions. Supply chain emissions was a biggest challenge when we were talking about challenges. Remember that. Now you are able to at least have a credible framework where you're able to calculate granularly the emission factors. So we have moved, companies have moved towards this trajectory now. It is still a complexity because of the way supply chain mappings or the foundations of change management, lack of skill, lack of awareness is there. All those factors contribute. You already saw the wonderful diagram. This is a very famous GHG protocol diagram, which I think the previous speaker also showcased. I don't want to scare you, but there's also a scope 4 that's coming. Marco is laughing. Huh? So there is a scope 4, which is, so upstream activities. By the way, it's a very interesting diagram. It is the most clear diagram that has been evolved. It exactly, Asta was trying to say, the upstream activities, which is getting carried away into scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and those above are your GHG emission gases. So even if you're not a student of chemistry, you should just know these are the gases, this is how the emissions are done, and then you also have a scope 4, because when you talked about double materiality, your suppliers, your stakeholders will all constitute into scope 4. What is the emission factor on that? But for this purposes, we are not going to confuse you more. So like I said, the GHG protocol is being reported. Whale to wheel emissions is getting reported, whale to wheel. And all scopes are getting reported under the GLEC. This is very important for you. That's also the journey how GLEC took. For the purposes of this audience, I'm making this very, very simplistic to understand. In another sustainability workshop, it will be very, very complex, but that's not what my objective is here. Again, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, very simplistically, this is like, you know how we draw as kids to memorize. You can take a picture or whatever. This is the best way to understand. I don't want to repeat it again. These are the GHG gases. When you have, you know how a report right now, the base format is on the emissions of your trade lanes, let's say. You have these first columns, but you have a big column on, and even in your tenders and all, they'll always ask you what are the GHG scope of gases that you are writing, right? So take this knowledge, take it back to your teams in the tender management and all. Empower them with knowledge, right? This is what it is. Nobody's asking us to be a chemistry scientist or something, but you should know about this, right? So next time, after this masterclass, anybody asking you, hey, do you know about the GHG gases? Maybe take up a picture from your mobile or show, or just memorize few gas names. Cool? Okay. You're a shipper and you manage your own warehouse. What scope is it? Come on, guys. Massimo, what scope is this? 1? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it could be electricity, it could be diesel. You're a shipper and you subcontract your warehousing. Come on, give it a number. Is it 1, 2, or 3? Nobody's right or wrong. 3. Yeah, bingo. Okay. It's cool, huh? It's fun sometimes. You have to make it fun, otherwise it'll be very boring. So categories of scope 3. Yeah, this is what it is. So purchased goods, fuel and energy related emissions, downstream transport. This is major constitute. So that's why, do you understand why we used to always say why scope 3 is the most complex reporting? We are still managing to establish this under our supply chains. Where are the purchased goods coming from? Where is the downstream, upstream? So you also have to make a supply chain mapping into your organizations. If not, organize a workshop like this internally, encourage the companies to do that, and start doing this. If you don't get the foundations correct, trust me, no tools, no framework will help you. So you need to identify where all it is. It's very simple to do it for trade lanes and, to do it on transport lanes and all. But if you want to actually strategize, link it up with your logistics sites, systems thinking, this is what it is. Especially if you want to really come up with, you rightly stated, individual projects or programs on sustainability, right? Yeah, and yeah, this is, the costing is this is the game here. Who pays for it? Which business units are you from in your companies? Let's just talk. Where are you from? Which business unit are you from? Transport. Yourself? How many of you are just from core transport? I mean, when I say business unit, you're not from sustainability. So which are you, which business functional unit? Exactly. And yourselves, it cannot be even a company, even if you're a different stakeholder. Yourself, which functional unit are you from your organization? Yeah, the lady. Yeah. Project management, right? So this is important because when you do this, you also factor in where the costs will be high and low. Remember, carbon savings go in tandem with cost. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Because there are no free lunches. You need to understand that sustainability is not just E and S or G. Economic is the biggest part of it. And that is the reason you have these frameworks, and I want to trigger your imaginations that the frameworks helps you to see your supply chain in that manner. To see which part of my business has high carbon, is more carbon intensive, less carbon intensive, is the project management team able to develop certain projects to reduce those? So it's strategy, huh? It's triggering that. Sustainability teams also do that. But sometimes a part of it goes into your, the CapEx and the OpEx decision making. So reporting is not at the end of the supply chain that you're just giving that report to a customer or to a government. It helps you understand your business even more, right? So these are some of the examples which I wanted to say. So these are scope 3. So inbound transports, which are not paid, but are carried out by organizations, comes under this part of the scope 3. And outbound transports that are paid for, but not carried by your organizations, includes your suppliers and all, comes under the scope 3 of 3.4. What this is trying to say is that the scope 3 cannot be just seen as a scope itself. It's bifurcated also in a detailed manner in GLEC. That's why you get very granular reporting as well. Again, similarly in those case scenarios. By the way, you'll also have this presentation, I believe. Most importantly, you talked about the data points, correct? At the end, yeah? Primary and secondary data, model data, default data. Linked to your scope. So primary data is basically scope 1, you know, my actual fuel consumption, my cargo weight, my vehicle specifications, truck, airplane, so on. Very simple, total annual emissions. How are you having these direct aggregated figures? Model data is when you combine your existing shipment data, if you're a transport manager, you give it to a third-party tool provider, or you give it to that person sitting there. He's a tool provider, and you say, hey, this is my overall shipment data. Can you help me calculate my overall emissions, right? That's a most simplistic. That's your model data. Default data is, you can also use it internally. How many of you are aware if you have your own internal tools in the company? Anyone? So companies also have their own internal mechanisms, right? Leading companies have that, which is as per the GLEC. So you also do it as per your default data values, and you keep building on those tools. So these are the data categories and qualities. It is also very essential to go to the SFC accredited partner site. They are authenticated because they use the GLEC framework. And if you would like to see how they are processing with their respective tools. Yeah? So if you use an emission intensity factor, what is CO2e? CO2e is what? Yeah, exactly. Can you just tell them how is it different from CO2? Just very broadly. Exactly. Those fantastic GHG emission gases that I shared, that's how you measure the CO2e equivalent. This is always the measuring framework, remember that. They will always use the secondary data and the default data.
if you are within your GLEC framework. And like I said, some of your career reports are also done through the help of SFC accredited partners. And I will show you one of that in my subsequent sections. Is it clear? It's very simple. To make it very simple, some companies have your own inbuilt tools, which is as per the GLEC framework, and you give that report to your customer. Some companies do it with their accredited partners of SFC because they are GLEC certified, and you do that as a model data, right? But overall, you have to see that the data categories are as per the ISO standards. Very simple basics of emission, basics of reporting. This is a fantastic slide. Please take care of this. Anybody asking you, how is emission accounting? This is what it is. It's a systems thing, Marco, something like what we are trying to do. Yeah? Not near, but something. So step one, like I said, that whole scope, why did I give you that scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and put some of you on a spot? You start with that. You understand that, then you calculate, then you verify and validate your calculation, and then your report is done. This is your value chain, basically. And this is very, very critical because the step 3, if it is not following GLEC, is not verified. So please understand, if you're taking data from your suppliers here on, ask them which methodology or is it being verified, right? If you're using an internal tool, is it verified or not, right? If you go to the Smart Freight Center this time, they have also verified a logistics site for the first of its kind with ISO GLEC framework strategy. And I think it's SGS that has been verified. So please ensure that data is verified. They're not just taking up any methodology and sending you a transport report or any other. I just touched into that. So basically, at the end, you get your total logistics CO2 equivalent. You get the breakdown as per user, as per your location points. If you are a company, you will get it from which transport or which suppliers is giving you high and low and mid data. Yeah? This is a supply chain. Let's put it this way. Why am I showing you this? Have anybody talked about hotspot analysis? Are you aware of hotspots? Hotspots just generally also, like, it's a cool term. Huh? If you are a transport provider, or if you are a supply chain manager, or if you are a project manager, but working in logistics and supply chain, one of the critical steps that you do is when you draw your supply chain, you slice up your supply chain. So if this is the transport chain, you slice up the road, but the logistics is not mentioned here. The logistics site is also there. Logistics, ocean, and so on. Why do you do that? When you apply the GLEC, you understand which part of my slicing is high and low in my emission. Which part of my slicing is cost intensive. And then, if you're a project manager, what are the projects that I can link up with these slices to reduce my emissions further and also add cost to it? Let's put it this way. If you're a biofuel, right, and you want to apply it, you will slice up your supply chain. You will identify out of your 10 lanes, which are my already 3 decarbonized lanes through the GLEC, right? Because it will come through the emission factors, the distance, which vehicle you are using. And then imagine if I'm running a biofuel on it. Won't it give me even more reductions? That's how the strategy has to be. So it's not complex. So when you slice up, hotspots are, you identify frameworks or tools help you in your overall supply chain, which are the high, mid, and low emission factors. And it gives you that results. And it's very, very known. And if you do it systematically, this is where a strategy is formed internally also for a company. So earlier, when we were talking about giving a report or taking a report from your suppliers, how your teams can sit together and also visualize your own supply chain, correct? This is what it is. So similarly, direct emissions, electricity emissions, scope 3 emissions, are all comprehensive collectively across regions. You can also see why this chart is important is liters. The whole unit measurement is also taken up. And it's also taken up into ton kilometers. Basic questions. These are basic questions that are also asked. Which are the unit measurements? Can you convert it? So it takes into account all the unit measurements across all the scopes, right? So let's put it this way as an example. If you're in Hamburg and Amsterdam lane, this is your total consumption. This is what your transport lane would look like in a generic thing. And then when you see, because it's my direct lane, it's running on a diesel, it's giving a hypothetical number. This is, at the end, is what you will get for this particular lane. And imagine, if you're running onto hundreds, how would you get that figure? That's how granular. So it's a methodology. Again, in scope 3, you will also see which vehicle, but here it's very important to even measure how the primary, and I've done it default means, because I've taken the example of my accredited partner to do that. So this is the basics of reporting, basically. Breaking down as per users, total logistics CO2 emission factors, intensity, which I just showed you. All of them are completely calculated from the hub, but also from the transport factor as well. Key metrics are also used. I don't want to get into this. I just talked about it. Tons, kilometers. These are the distance. Great circle difference is distances as the crow flies. That's how you measure your distance. Distance adjustment factor is also very critical, especially in road. When you do not know a particular distance, then you take an average. And there are examples on it. And that's why GLEC is also very important. It gives you a very, very systemized average. That, okay, if you do not have a particular, or you're able to not measure or get those data points, you take a DAF. Short feasible distance is already there. So this is how it looks like. Very simple. Actual distance, which we just know. Short feasible distance helps you planning your routes and so on. But great circle distance is very, very common as the crow flies principle, as the crow flies this much kilometers. All of this is taken into account into the GLEC framework. But most importantly, what I wanted to share is this one, the DAF. The clean cargo in the context of ocean is also one of the key frameworks which is being used for ocean carriers and also has a GLEC framework standard. And you can apply the port to port with an average of 15%. So emission intensities are calculated according to the distance adjustment factors specific to sea, because you also get a lot of context on the sea trade lanes. And this is the overall calculation that is being done. So even if you want to contest someone, you can use this calculation to do so. Similarly, like I said, why these examples are important. In the first slides when we shared, here GLEC is used for all the modes. It's being used across all the distance and all the modes here also. So this is a little bit intensive because you just wanted to see how the granularity of GLEC framework is. So sorry, you had to bear with me for these particular sections because you're not accounting people. But this is very helpful because you should know the range, the details, and what to ask also from your suppliers. So it is very detailed out, yeah? I wanted to rush into it. I talked about the hotspots. A typical hotspot that is sliced up. So something like this. So if I slice this up, and if I want to give some combinations of my intermodal or connecting my logistics site and want to do some green projects and want to account the green projects emissions and see the real stuff, it's done here. Little complex. Each one of you have to do your own supply chain mapping. Have you ever done a supply chain mapping in your company? Yeah, start doing that. From where it goes, pick up like your top 5. Do you even know your top 5 trade lanes in your company? From here on, you will ask these questions. This is what the flavor was. Go back, you should know. Because you cannot start anything. It's not just a compliance activity. It's also a business activity. This is the version 3.0. I will not go into too many details here. I would just like to share with you that a version 3.0, so whatever I showed you as a calculation step, a new version 3.0 is out. You can see the similar steps are here. It's downloadable. So please go ahead, calculate, do a trade lane, pick up a trade lane of your choice and start, or take a help of a digital tool, but the version 3.0 is there. And I talked about the multi-activity into emission intensity. That's also very, very much covered into it. Links between your hubs, links between your overall supply chains, which is the TCE, calculate as per the weight, distance, granularity. All of this is applicable. So you will see this is linked to the granularity of the approach. It's a bottoms-up approach. It's not from top to down. I don't want to get into this, but the most interesting questions that we get is this. Ethanol, you will get your activity. Jet kerosene, you will have it here. So these are standards. Have you ever done life cycle assessments? Do you know life cycle assessments? Okay. Life cycle assessment is, what is this? Watch a laptop. I want to take a carbon footprint of my laptop or my report. I will take all the life cycle assessment, material, intensity, battery, granular. Standards are there. It's called Eco-Invent and many others, which is different. These are the standards. You don't have to worry about it, but this is what the life cycle is. Similarly, for transport, if you're running on biofuel, if you're running on ethanol, if you're running on road on electricity, which standards? All hydrogen, HVO, typical. It's all the density, the GHG emissions, all are reflected there. You can see, and this will also change, my friends, going further. So this is a typical factor. If you're running, you know, you have those claims. This is running on 90% diesel, biodiesel, or this is running on 89% of HVO. Every emission factor is embedded. So you can cross-check. This is the work that GLEC and Smart Freight Center did. So now companies have this framework. So for you, the end product looks like, oh my God, she's showing such ugly Excel. She promised the class was going to be like total AI-based, cool. What is this? But this is letting you know all the mechanisms are there, right? And when we do detailed workshops, we also help people to get into these regular mechanisms. Can anybody tell me why these percentages are important today? It's a very important directive that has been released by the European Union. Do you know this? Yes, this is exactly. It is also a futuristic scenario. The most importantly, how many are you from the marketing teams? No one. You know, when your marketing teams, airlines, when they're putting claims, and if it is not backed by a methodology, it's being contested under the EU Green Claims Marketing. So you see all the airlines and all, when they are getting that, how are you claiming all of this? You know, my 100% of this truck is made on French fries oil. What's the basis of methodology? The purpose of it is this. So it's all interlinked, right? So typologies, clean cargo is there. These are basic standard frameworks apart from the larger sustainability frameworks. This is largely used for container vessels. And please join the Clean Cargo Working Group. It's a very interesting working group of ocean. I think you're already aware of it, ocean carriers and shippers and so on. Again, like I said, nothing to do with region. Trans-Swiss, Trans-Pacific, basic, the busiest of the top 10 lanes are also giving you an aggregated measurement here. I just wanted to go through all, so this is also showing you the top lanes. So it's not just European-centric. That's one of the key questions that we keep getting around this, right? Oh, yeah. My solutions team used to go bonkers with the fact that, hey, they are asking us in kilometers. They are asking us in this particular unit measurement. So what should we do? How do we calculate? So even as per your cargo type, a standard tons per conversion rate and also weight measurement factors are also, unit measurement factors, sorry, are also given to take into account. This is also inclusive for rail. And why I mentioned eco-transit, because that is one of the most important and the most foundational tool that used the GLEC framework. So major companies use eco-transit as a most famous GLEC tool because it covers all these modes and now logistic sites as well. This is something I'm giving you an overarching view, the different modes under the rail. So I know this is there, nobody's here from the rail sector, so it's not applicable. Air freight, again, the type of measures and intensity factors, short transit, long transit, and so on. I'm just giving you the flavor that a lot of us ask these questions. Hey, maybe it's just more for the air freight, or it does not take into account rail, or it does not take into account the biofuels. I just wanted to let you know that it does. So if you are a GLEC framework certified or an accredited partner, or you're working with them, please feel reassured all these factors and intensities are there. So don't get next time nervous when your customer or your internal people or everybody's asking or guidance to your own sustainability teams. This is very interesting, the logistic sites. It's the biggest challenge which we are facing right now. How do you calculate logistic sites? Many calculations are taking place within companies, but GLEC gives you that standardized framework, that if you follow this ISO standard, this is how your methodology has to be accredited. Okay, double counting is the biggest thing that we are facing. I don't want to get into double counting so much because of the this thing, but it's more or less that if you have, I'm making it very simple, how do I explain this? It's a very interesting video if you can see what double counting is. Do you know what double counting is? Do you know the principle of mass balancing? Okay, do go there. You like chocolates? Of course you like chocolates. Yeah, so there's a very interesting video by the Responsible Chocolate Cocoa. Just YouTube it, and they show you the principle of double counting, that how do you distinguish between responsible chocolate and versus, cocoa produced from non-responsible sources. So when all the chocolates are coming in one container, how do you distinguish it? And it doesn't get clubbed into one. Similarly with fuel and with your own, if you're working with your own carriers, how would you ensure? Many questions are coming, no, just give me the account of mine. Don't give me the account, don't double count it again and again, right? It's a struggle, but this is how you are able to also, when you do that profiling and when you do that slicing, it's also getting mitigated. I am, for the purposes of this class, not entering the biofuel SAF discussion because that's for another one, but that's the biggest challenge of double counting being faced. So SFC accreditation is very critical. By the way, this is the accreditation that I was talking about. This is the ISO standard. So if you're following that, you get ISO certified. You also asked me that question. So these are basic certificates that you get. You can get in touch with me or even with any of the organizers. We'll be able to help you. And there's also a very interesting course around this. And this is how the whole reporting methodology assessment, which I just showed you in a crash course, is done. But one thing I wanted to share very interestingly is this one, which you will really like. How the role of digitalization is helping this. So I took Pledge as an example. This is a SFC accredited partner, so please, I'm not promoting any tool. The massive, how you want to make the data and emissions simplistic is with the help of tools such as Pledge. And you can see there's a route here, and you can see how they are working with forwarders and shippers to reduce. I'm just skipping their slides. Yeah. So they have a very fantastic dashboard. And it's done within a minute. So I don't know if the slide will play here, but this is how an overall you will get. Now you can take a breath that it's not about Excels and it's not all those fancy calculations. It's really important because it gives you that well to tank, tank to wheel, others, the framework that I showed you. It shows you the route, which type is being used, what is the region, what is the accuracy, but what are the kind of data inputs that you are giving to the tool is also accurate. So I hope it plays. Yeah. So if you have a simple Excel, you choose upload. So you're a transport person and you have given that Excel to Pledge. This is how it works. So you have a file type, you upload the file, and I think it takes seconds to get them. And this is accredited. This is by the SFC accreditation. They also showcased in the recent COP. And then you have your own. So after when you've uploaded the file and all, this is how your emissions work. You get your reports. You have the GLEC. You see if you want it, which time range. What is the supply chain coverage? You want 93%. This is how your reporting is shown, and you can easily download it as per your requirement. And it's very simple, and this is exactly what I was trying to say. It's showing you multiple lanes, multiple scenarios, which region, but also which time frame had high and low intensity, and this is your life cycle analysis, completely done in a very, very short span of time, but it also depends on your data accuracy, and so on. I also wanted to, so this is what the upstream and downstream activities of GLEC is being used when you do it with a third party. I also wanted to trigger your imagination very quickly and very short because I know it's too much of information. You can contact David, by the way, if you want to have a trial version. Please do so. It's very interesting. We've used this as a case study as well, right? So just wanted to give you that flavor and very quickly, and it's done under 2. I also wanted to trigger your imagination on AI. We talked a lot about transport, right? But we also wanted to see here that how if you link up your logistics sites, while you're using a reporting framework, how you can also bring innovations together, right? And if Massimo is here, is he here? Okay, I just saw him. What I wanted to use here is to give you a flavor. So this is, if you have already got from the GLEC your high and lowest lanes of carbon emissions, which lanes can you actually connect to your logistics sites? And it's one of the most interesting work that you can see with an innovator, that you implement an AI-based technology, whether it's for air, ocean, road, on your packaging. So you might say, hey, this whole masterclass is about GLEC framework transport, but you should also see from a strategic point of view, when you get the low and the high and the emissions of your supply chains, then what do you do with your logistics sites? Is reporting and also just converting the entire logistics sites on renewable energy and just calculating the emission will bring you more savings from carbon and cost perspective. But also, can you add AI-based tools like the one I showed you for Pledge, aggregating your data, faster, less costly, less time consuming, giving you cool knowledge, right? And you're already applying the methodology, but you also then have that creativity to use these AI-based platform. It is sure short, if you do the alpha augmented, it brings 20% improvement on logistic costs, CO2 footprint, but also warehouse utilization. And it's also used more on the freight packaging context. I'll give you very simple snapshots. So you already have a containers, you already have a freight movement, and through the Alpha SaaS platform, it gives you on your particular lanes and your particular packaging various combinations, and it's done in nanoseconds, by the way. So time is of a critical factor. So situation 1, when you are moving 2 shipments, the first shipment is before, you can see the number of pallet space. So it's on pallets, right? how this is being used. And when you apply, you have a reduction from 11 to 4 pallets, right? And imagine I'm doing this on a lane which is already through the GLEC giving me a reduction on my carbon. So I want to experiment certain products of sustainability around that. Again, for ocean, how can you use AI and get these reductions? So I'm just triggering your imaginations into that. And this is happening. It's a real-time case study. So for a case, if you're into manufacturing, one facility, 17,000 air shipments. So understand the whole volume here. 66 shipping restrictions. If you had to do this manually, it will take you 19,000 calculations, 2.4 manual hours, and 42,000 manual hours annually for each shipment. If you use an AI SaaS platform, look at the time, but this is what I wanted to say. It brings average cost and average reductions. Carbon and cost go together, right? So a greener chain, let's say one optimized shipment saves around 2.3 metric tons of CO2. And this is what I wanted to say, GHG equivalent, when I was showing you the GLEC framework gases. What does it mean? What does the number of a report means to you when it comes, right? So we come with, I showed you in the pledge, 14,306 CO2 saved. So what does it mean? How would you talk about that impact? So remember, 2.3 metric tons is like 6 months of a person's CO2 footprint, 1 year of less of car usage, and 3 years plant-based diet. That's your impact to a simplistic person. And why I wanted to show you these aspects was that reporting by itself is not a standalone framework. It has to link to what the previous speaker was saying, to your internal strategy. Freight is not just linked only to your fuel emission factor. It will give you strategies to formulate projects, and technologies, if used correctly, are the drivers of change. So this is for each sector that can be used. And yeah, I just wanted to end with that, because the frameworks are here to give you guidance. Tools are there to reduce the burden and cost and simplify reporting. And then utilize that imagination, go and work backwards. It doesn't have to come from sustainability teams to make your supply chain. So thank you so much for bearing with me to understand the granular calculations. It was too much information, I know, especially with the audience, which is like understanding what is life cycle, what is GHG. But I thought I tried my best to make it more interesting. But please go through the RISE course if you're interested to learn. It's very, very interactive, much more granular. Get in touch with me or Asta. We'll be happy to share you the codes. And yeah, if you're interested to partner with Pledge, the email is there. It's an SFC accredited partner. Go ahead. There are 25 accredited partners and coming up with very fantastic innovation technologies. Massimo is here from Alpha. We are not promoting anyone, but we wanted to, because the Green Hackathon was taking place, how you look at the supply chain with a different vision. So thank you. And if there are any questions, any comments, any questions, any other information, I'll be happy to share that. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes, it is. And I can show you the details of that, yeah. Yes.
We have, sorry. Then we have loading factor.
Loading factor, yeah.
Yeah, so we have transport mode.
Yep.
And this we add, we can add empty miles.
Empty miles, or returns, empty mile is getting calculated in GLEC. Absolutely, it is. So I just wanted to show the distinguish between primary and secondary because the nature of the audience who are companies. and some of them are suppliers, but very good questions on the empty miles. That's really factored into GLEC. And there are the load factors, the emission factors, there are different categories. Honestly, I did not want it to come with so much of granularity, but it's there. The framework is there. And one thing, that's where the accredited partners also come into pictures, like yourself. Because if it takes time for companies to build these indicators, by the time you're building that on, they leverage the accredited partners who are entrepreneurs. So there's a lot of agility that they can already use these in a much faster manner. But spot on, to make it very direct, they are being used into the GLEC. And I can show you maybe the slides for that also. Yeah. Thank you.
So will there be other questions?
Any comments?
Because we do have time for Q&A session, so please use this opportunity.
I think we made it very engaging in between.
Yes,
so,
Marco.
Yeah.
What about using how to utilize this GLEC framework in procurement of logistics services?
Fantastic question, Marco, and that's why I had asked Asta, and the procurement playbook, as you're aware, the Smart Fit Center has come up with. And the whole aspect there is this conjoining of GLEC into the procurement. It's a playbook across different modes, across different categories, and I think even industry sectors, and that the linkage is definitely there in terms of the procurement. But also in the context of suppliers, when I was showing you the scope 3, the purchased goods 3.4 or 3.4, that's very, very critical, because you need to understand the whole, the way your goods are getting procured from different suppliers across different regions. What is the benchmark to which you can guide them? In my experience, some of the suppliers, while they want to be sustainable, they just don't know how. And they find it too, because of the tier 1, tier 2, they just sometimes feel it's very costly because they are not aware of it. So the procurement playbook, by the way, it's very important for all of you. It is easily downloadable from the Smart Fit Center. And you can download that procurement playbook. It gives you immense guidance and even categories to guide companies to integrate the aspects together. After all, it's a supply chain. So you have to plug all these points together. Yeah. I hope it answers some of your queries. Yeah. So that's interesting. Yeah.
So we have another question.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
In few years, it's clear that those SMEs, logistic companies, of whom there are tens thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of them in the world, they will have to start reporting what is their scope 1 and for clients scope 3. But it's very clear that for each of them to be doing GLEC masterclass, GLEC training, all this methodology to dedicate a person working full-time, it's clearly that it will be too difficult. Do you see AI or some kind of standardized solutions that may come up in the future, where really for a few persons based company, it would be a good tool to really just put data out and in and get it out in a matter of seconds? And will it be possible, you think, to do it in a simple, easy way?
Absolutely. I think first it's a very important aspect that you mentioned about the SME, because certain countries have their entire 70% of the industry sector working on SME, especially from the country where I come from, which is India, right? And they are our suppliers here in the Europe, right? To answer it very crisply, one, that is the reason the GLEC came with the framework first. That, guys, this is the framework, this is an ISO standard, please ensure everybody is following one methodology. Because the critique was there were so many other frameworks on sustainability, at least for the transport and logistics. And that was also a related question to your previous, to the previous person as well. Marco was also asking the procurement, right? What is the guidance to these suppliers? So that's very critical. The universal framework is there and it is free to use. Second, tools are there. Absolutely, I agree. There has to be one tool, and the number of players they are here with SFC makes it very simple and easy to use as well. So the reason I showed David's pledge was this, that don't get bounded. SMEs do not have the time, not the bandwidth, not the knowledge to go into multiple frameworks and so on. And technology helps you to simplify this. Ultimately, what are you doing with that number is critical, not what you're producing the report. But most importantly, the gentleman here really raised a very important point, is the knowledge and awareness. And that's where the Smart Freight Learning Academy is coming up with courses. I also, before my tenure in a previous organization, I was a firm believer of the next gen, the global programs that everybody does. That is a continuous learning. And I think now companies are realizing that it's also important to build the capacities of suppliers and SMEs. And they are doing that. And that, I feel, is a little bit responsibility of the big companies as well, because they had that knowledge and breadth. So it's a cross-collaborative. And maybe industry associations like this can really scale this up. And I really applaud what the whole project is doing this with industry associations. So it's a collectivized efforts. But I do feel that's something which has to be looked into holistically, and be prepared. Once they are into the board, there'll be immense struggle, yeah.
Simonas, please.
How do you imagine what will happen with the market when we're gonna replace, let's say, fossil fuel with electricity, and we're gonna gain electricity from renewable, like
Okay, that's a perspective sharing question. That's like a wish list, which I can say. No, it's a valid question. It's an ideal world, but what I'm trying to, I mean, I do feel that's the trajectory one has to go. Biofuels, SAF are initiatives, but I think it will take time for technology to realize its true potential, right? You can't just judge right now. We are moving towards there, but also I think it depends from region to region. I mean, the moment you are going to, how is even the biofuel getting procured and so on, these are just technologies getting tried out. That's why the percentage is so low right now to use. I think we have to wait and watch. I think the intent is there. The very fact that we all are here, and I'm not speaking diplomatically, it's really, really true. We are all here to, ultimately be decarbonized. That's what our responsibility as transport logistics is. But it also depends on, like you rightly said, political regulations, subsidies, support from the government, customers taking it, right? There's also a critique that, hey, we are producing green hydrogen or bio-based, but there is no customers to take because of the pricing, right? So I think it's a little complex answer right now, and maybe I'm not in that context to answer it as an industry, but that's the intent. That's the roadmap has to be built. That's just a perspective, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Marco, again.
Do you have any thoughts on how to overcome the basic barrier of data sharing between organizations? Because emissions data is very much performance data, and I think there is a strong threshold for companies to kind of start sharing it.
Absolutely, and that's also a struggle that I have as a sustainability person. And I think I can share that with this audience. A typical example, sharing of best case practice as a sustainability professional. When you go in sustainability conferences, trust me, even competition comes together as sustainability professional and we share practices. But it was a revelation for me when I changed the teams and when I'm going into big different sectors, the whole, we can't share, you can't share this is competition knowledge. That I will put a perspective, and it's my perspective, that also hinders the progress. Today, we are in a world where of course, we have regulations on AI and data sharing and GPDR, but we must share practices. We have to learn. This is a collective agenda. You cannot run this by your own. Now we have realized it a lot. So I particularly feel that's important. That is where, as a strategy, you need to collaborate with innovators and entrepreneurs. It was a strategy I used. It was very, very rigid. It was a change management process. No companies are open for it because of data regulations. The amount of checks to even implement a particular tool in a company takes immense time. But I think that's where we need to simplify the process. And
use collaborative models, collaborative workshops, and use those pilots as really, really compelling example. We are in a Google Tech platform, but Google is actually doing a very interesting initiative of sharing AI sustainability emissions in Netherlands. So they call companies together, and they host it, and they share. I just got reminded. And they do it openly. So you need companies to come together and share. And I'll end with that. One of the biggest example of this was the pharma sector in COVID, if you see. They shared their data. We can have on sustainability, and that's why they came together and they collaborate a lot on these factors. So something to learn, but I think it should be simplified more. Yeah, it's a change management. Yeah.
Thank you. So
I think I have a question.
over there.
Yep. Yeah.
Solar, thank you. And even solar panels, solar farms, they can ruin the soil. Those kind of negative aspects there are in the shadow, let's call it that. Are those taken into account and are going to be taken into account in the GLEC framework?
Yes, yes. I think I showed that because the bio-based materials, the way the technologies are moving, it's already there as a category to be embedded. In fact, we were just talking about an HBO example, and it has to, because not from the cost perspective, but also from emission factors to build a use case. And I'm really talking how you are putting these projects in front of your planning and the board. If you need internal buying-in to establish a strong use case, it's very important. And of course, we have those debates. I used to have that, but I also had customers who were even paying on pilots, and they wanted to run on biofuel. So it's also how governance is doing that. But if you have to make a use case, you need to have a methodology backing it, now even more externally. So tomorrow, if you have to claim, or the so-called claim that this is running on green hydrogen and all, the GLEC says, here it is, and you can establish this and say, we did our calculations by GLEC, it's an ISO standard. So here, marketing team, you're able to publish this in this factor, especially on disclosures, on sustainable reporting.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Me again, sorry.
No, it's okay, man.
I just wanted to ask, for example, if companies report with primary data, who checks the accuracy of the data? Fuel consumption, kilometers, and so on?
Well, now with CSRD, your entire data is going to be checked by EU Commission because you have to upload the data. You have to upload your whole report onto the EU. So it's coming. So therefore, if you are a supplier and a transport provider, and if you're a customer who's going to report a CSRD, I think that's what the previous speaker was also trying to share. Now it's becoming even more robust. So yeah, that's going to be there. In fact, not only environment emissions, I know the only challenge for digital platforms is that they are focusing too much on environment emissions. I would really like to suggest all of you to even go back, if you're from supply chain, that even supply chain, value chain, recyclability, that's why I talk about life cycle. All these factors are going to be accounted into the CSRD. So you'll be responsible for that, yeah.
To measure this data, you need certain devices. How do you certify these devices so that they are measuring the correct data? So for example, if GPS sometimes cannot be very accurate for some reason. So how to tackle this?
So the Smart Freight Center, that I would say with a lot of confidence that this is being tackled now. The SFC partners that I showed, and you can actually Google right now and check. With the ISO 14083, ISO is a very stringent standard, like I showed in my first slide. So that, if you are certified, then you cannot go away with it. You will say, yes, it is as per that. Now, checking whether any other mechanisms are being used and all is also a matter of transparency. But if you're using GLEC, if you're using ISO, and if you're an accredited partner of SFC, there's all a responsibility on this line. So it's a transparency as well. But this will change now, like I said, with CSRD.
So you will need to get certified.
Yes,
Your device that will be measuring will need to be certified.
Yes, it's an assurance standard. I don't know if I can move back, but I think they fixed it. So if you take the slides, it's an assurance standard. You get a proper assurance around that. Yeah, and I really encourage if your companies are planning to do so, and if you're partnering with tools, you should get accredited because it makes it very simple. It's the most acknowledged and accepted standard in the transport logistics supply chain framework. That's why it has been now established, yeah. So there's a big process around, not big, the detailed process is there and we'll be happy to share that, yeah.
Yeah, me again, sorry. So can we hold CMR as a certified tool for calculation because it's, how to say, there's a CMR protocol, so it's like a certified tool to gather all the data because we have to state loading location, unloading location, mass, and so on and so on. So is it certified or?
You are CMR? You are from CRM? CMR, I didn't get CMR.
CMR, so it's a consignment node.
If it is not following the GLEC framework, let me make it very clear. The GLEC framework has to be followed. So one has to see what are the indicators. Is it aligning to the categories of those requirements, standards and all? Only then it will be considered as deemed certified. You know the first slide that I showed? If it meets all the criteria of ISO, then only you get an ISO certification. Otherwise not.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and we have more questions.
Yes, I like
Yeah, this session turns out to be more and more fun. My question is a bit related to a previous gentleman's question about certification, but about certification of fuels. For example, it's the same engine for biomethane and simple gas, and there are currently in the world there are no available certified standards or certificates that say you really fueled your tank with biofuel, biomethane versus simple biogas. If the companies want to report, do you know if it's coming also some kind of standardization or certification?
Yes, absolutely, and a great question also because so there is a book and claim method that is coming across. But it's also getting, reframed because of the recent changes and all. Specifically for companies who are using insetting as a strategy against offsetting. Insetting is when you are improvising through the use of fuels, your own value chain and so on. Book and claim method is another initiative by the Smart Freight Center. It's also bringing together all suppliers and consortiums of companies to come up with certifications. Currently, ISC, I know, is a certified body, and the RSPO is already giving certification on the SAF and the biofuels. They are. But to give the certification on the book and claim method, whether it's 100% on this biofuel, that's on the way. It is there. Many companies, airlines are already using it, but they're also going towards making it into, like they have made this into an ISO standard. They're also going to try to make it into an ISO standard. So that's coming. But ongoing, I know ISC is a body which certifies, and I know RSPO used to certify, but it's all now getting converged into it. And I think IATA is also working around this method. So yeah, it's coming. Yeah, it's already there, but you can also take the details from the SFC. It's all there in the public, yeah.
Is there some kind of schedule or something that you update?
Oh, yes.
Your thinking in some kind of schedule every year, every second year? Or?
Yes, this is the version 3.0 of GLEC. So, and I really like your term, upscaling the thinking, right? The thinking needs to be definitely be upscaled every year. This is the version 3.0. This GLEC earlier has really went into a lot of rigorous improvements, and there will be scope of further versions. By the way, I don't know if you're aware, even CSRD, the ESRS, the double materiality, companies have to upgrade their versions every year. So it's also related to that, yeah. It will be, it's also true for any ISO standards, there's a time period, it will. So it's not fixed, huh? It will continue to have its cycles, yeah.
More general, thank you.
Yeah.
To a more general and social sphere, what role does society awareness of these emissions play, and how does it play back into company behavior?
Oh my God, that's a fantastic question, and thank God for raising that, because I was just missing where is the social aspect coming. Yes, and that's, so one, I see the suppliers. One, external, let's talk about external stakeholders. Community, consumers, these are your NGO partners. How are they compelling a major industry sector to completely change? I'm from Netherlands, and Hague is famous for that. And I was also sitting previously, last week, in the very famous Congress as a speaker, and the EU Consumer Organization person was there, and he says, we are going with all the sectors now. We want them to be accountable. So consumer pressure is definitely one of the most driving force. And when I say consumer pressure, is not only just activist groups and all, but sound methodology of EU consumer organizations and all. That's very important, that's external. How it drives change internally is very critical, like you just said. We need change agents inside the company. It will not come from sustainability units. You need change makers. And there are companies who have excelled this. So trainings, knowledge sharing is the most undermined, I would say, initiatives within companies, but I think it's the most sought out initiatives. Reliability on external consultants, and by that I don't mean independent consultants, I really mean the big fours. It should be really, really curtailed a bit, because you have that, and when I say you, it's the company, you have that capacity to build your in-house resources. And famous companies have done that to really come up with that roadmap. And social aspects is so critical that it is now compelling companies how to do stakeholder engagement, which is the first rule that we are taught in sustainability. They don't know how to talk to NGOs. I'm sorry, and don't quote me. I'm working on one of the key CSRD projects. And trust me, they don't even know how to make a stakeholder questionnaire. And it's like stakeholder questionnaire is how I can get few stakeholders from research institutes and NGOs in one, platform, and what are the focus group discussion questions. It's the basic thing that we should know. And that's also not there. So it's triggering our way of engaging. It's a cultural shift. And this is how the business shift takes place. Because then the governance sees these use cases. You can only come up with pilot projects when you bring stakeholders together. And one thing I really wanted to say, it's very easy to collaborate with external stakeholder rather than internally. That's why the gentleman also said it's very difficult to move things inside the organization, because we have a rigid shift, we have a rigid mindset. So it's a change management. And for me, I'll end with that, I really believe the power of research institutes and universities. We need to partner with them. We really need to partner with stakeholders like them, because then they bring that creative, or entrepreneurs, because they have that agility and that entrepreneurial thinking, and maybe that's a great combination. Those are the social aspects I would pinpoint given this sector, yeah.
So, Radhika, thank you very much. Yeah. And I see your colleague
Massimo, guys, this is Massimo, and he's pretty busy. So we just showed your slides, but happy to please connect with him. And yeah, some words from you.
First of all, thank you. Very inspiring, by the way, as usual, right? So she inspired us also the way she's inspiring you guys. You showed the slides?
Yes, we did. And right, I think we'll have questions.
So I think what's important, and maybe I jump up there.
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you see that inefficiency is basically driving a lot of CO2 emissions. If you saw the slides, it's about, for us at least, the center of gravity, you're all in logistics, is the shipment. So if the shipment is inefficient, it's a snowball effect throughout all the supply chain. If it's the truck, the airline, the container, and the truck at delivery, right? So that has an impact. So if you are more efficient on shipment level, that reduces not only your cost, but also CO2, right? And we're here about CO2,
Yeah.
so I should turn that sentence around. It's not only reducing your CO2, but also your cost, because all the other solutions which are out there, SAF, which everybody should still do, electric trucks, everybody should do it, but they cost more. So why not reducing costs, be more efficient, and reduce CO2 overall?
And Massimo, you know, and I'll make it very interactive. You know, the whole masterclass was about GLEC framework and
Yeah.
carbon reporting. You've been with us in the hem of it. How does Alpha's value assessment is also one of the carbon reporting
Yeah.
methods? Can you just highlight few indicators just to let them know? Yeah.
Of course, I mean, look, in scope 3, of course, right? So what's important to understand is every kilo which you save, you don't have to transport it. So that's the full GLEC framework as well from A to B, truck.
Yeah.
CO2 on airplane, right? What is the inefficiency kicking in into the shipment, basically by saving that? And the truck at destination as well as warehousing. And overall also, I mean, the pallet saving, right? I mean, a pallet which you don't have to ship is also a pallet which doesn't need to be produced, doesn't need to be brought to the warehouse for packing, and also the wrapping. Less pallets because you pack it a lot more efficient is also driving less plastics, right? And less plastics means less CO2 and taxes and plastic in the environment overall.
Yeah. Yep. And I think that's interesting to have a overview because everybody was like to how the digital is imbibed into the reporting. Yeah. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Any other questions? Any comments? No. Yeah, and you can in the coffee tell me how bad I was, so it's okay.
So thank you very much. This was really very much
thank you.
inspiring, and I do believe that everyone here now has a lot of homework to do. Thank you very much for spending your time, precious time here with us. And now let us gather at the coffee break and mingle with each other, with colleagues, and learn some more. And we are looking forward to coming back here at 4 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hello to the newcomers who joined after the coffee break. And hello again to those who came back from the coffee break. So just to remind everyone that we have in-person participants here at Vilnius Tech City. Also, we do have a number of participants who join us online. And we are starting now the second part of our GreenLogistics Masterclass. And during this second part, we will have one presentation and one panel discussion. So now, not wasting the time, I would like to invite Ieva Markucevičiūtė-Vinckė, who is transport digitalization policy expert. She works at Normalis Tech, and she is PhD candidate in economics. Ieva will focus on European mobility data spaces and future of digital logistics in EU. So Ieva, please, the floor is yours.
So, good afternoon. Great to see you all. And it's always a scary challenge to talk to Lithuanians about digitalizing logistics. Whenever you introduce a concept and say, have you heard about this thing called predictive maintenance? And they go like, yeah, we are piloting it next week. And same applies even for public authorities. So we're now part of a project that aims to create single European digital enforcement area, and such things as reading number plates and automatically pre-checking some of the information that is required to control road transport across EU is considered a great ambition. But when we are interviewing our own authorities, they are solving such challenges as our artificial intelligence is not as efficient as we would like it to be, or that we are developing this already second generation of our system, and we are a bit unhappy about how accurate the predictions are. However, digitalization is not something that you can only apply to yourself and do as individual or a single company or a single country. We are part of the European Union, and for us to become even more integrated and also to get benefits or to contribute with whatever goals are assigned to us, we need to understand the bigger picture, what will be expected, what systems we will have to integrate in our already pre-existing systems, and what is overall ambition for different modes of transport. So today I will try to give you a bigger picture how individual initiatives or EU-wide initiatives, hopefully, connect in the next maybe like 10-15 years, and how transport sector is going to change. And some of these things, as I said, might sound not so ambitious. However, when you try to implement it in 27 member states that have wildly different practices, different organizational structure, and different public authorities, suddenly it becomes quite a challenge that takes 10 years. So the topic is, what's sustainable digitization or digitalization, and is it a challenge or is it opportunity for all of us? So what are the key strategies that outline what is going to happen and where we are trying to go? So the first and the main one is a sustainable and smart mobility strategy that uses the keywords that you will see everywhere. So it's inclusive mobility. That means that it's accessible to all people regardless of their abilities or special needs that they might have. Sustainable is that it's financially viable, that it's environmentally friendly, and also it has a social aspect. So in digital, a very good example of that would be if we are adopting AI to do some of the tasks, but letting go 40 people in a region where employment is very sparse, will that be a positive impact or will it be more of a negative impact? And transport is expected to be a significant contributor in moving towards climate neutral economy, and digitalization is quite a significant part of it. as investment in infrastructure, it's expensive. We already have a lot of it, but digital measures are expected to optimize existing systems and integrate modes of transport in a way that requires less investment in the physical. And EU is talking both about passengers and freight, but today we will focus a bit more on the freight side. So digitalization for decarbonization covers 4 major areas. So it's a zero pollution action plan, and in digital that means either restricting movement of transport in more sensitive areas, distributing it more efficiently, moving towards engines that do not produce emissions, circular economy, which in transport we need now to start thinking about full life cycle of the vehicle, even before we purchase it. So along its lifetime it will be producing some pollution and emission, but it does not end with that. You have to consider how will you dispose of this vehicle, what components it has, and which of those components might be reused or might have even more impact on the environment. Biodiversity is a bit more of a side effect of greening transport, as if we reduce emissions, hopefully, the systems are able to recover themselves. And also mitigating climate change as much as possible. As you can feel it by yourselves, it's end of May and it's almost 30 degrees. So I don't know about you, but it really scares me every single spring. What is happening currently? That initiatives are quite fragmented. So some of them are applicable maybe in 9 member states. Some are only applicable in 1 member state. Some might be available across all EU, but they will carry just 1 or 2 functions, or will be strictly for public sector and not available for private sector. And also we as a continent are losing a bit in this innovation war. So one of the efforts what EU wants to do to reach this interconnected, climate neutral and competitive EU, which are another keywords where we are all trying to go as a continent, is to creating better opportunities for our businesses. And these better opportunities can be in any of the areas. So it's both business to consumers and businesses to businesses and businesses to government and government to business and government to government. So we are trying to innovate everywhere. But anyone who has ever tried to create any solution that is digital and smart will know how incredibly difficult it is to have to get access to good quality data and to maintain that access all the time. It's quite frequent that with open data initiatives, somebody just to show off that we are contributing nicely will put out a data set for 1 year or maybe 3 months, and there will be no follow-up. So you can develop a prototype or concept for that data set only to find out that the organization moved on and has already purchased a different system or different devices, and this type of data will never be available again. Or there is simply no data. So to deal with this challenge, all of EU digitalization initiatives are supposed to start connecting through this European mobility data space that should be usable by all of the participants that I named later, starting from consumers to the government, where this data space is supposed to open access to high quality, reliable data that can be reused in different systems. So already it's been populated with some examples. There's quite a bit, and so you can investigate later. Quite a lot of them are from a few countries, so hopefully it will continue expanding as it's still quite new. And the whole concept is that it should provide the access, create opportunity for pooling data. As having data for just one country, it will not allow you to create a very reliable and good product. It will be limited to local climate conditions, local traffic, etc., etc. So it's supposed to give this free access and to support innovation, that you will know that it's not going away, that the data has been provided according to quite strict protocol and structures, that it's reliable, and that you will have access to regular updates. And all initiatives, upcoming initiatives, are quite strongly pushed, or it's very strongly suggested to develop solutions that are compatible with this EMDS. So you will start seeing this thing more and more in open calls, and you will have to explain how whatever you are proposing complies with the principles, or if you are creating data sets that can contribute to this data space. And in the communication about ambitions for the data space or key development areas, we can find information for every single mode of transport. And you will notice that some of the words are constantly repeating themselves, like this interoperability, also connecting different modes of transport, as it supports the previous strategies. And waterborne, we are supposed to work towards improving public services for fleet owners and for individual vessels, as we as consumers are getting more and more used to a high-quality digital service. And we expect the same level of service everywhere, so including environments that are normally business. So now, as already a good example is Admiral, that was born from a platform that is helping with port calls and providing early information what service is available at the port, and giving opportunity to order the service in a nice bundle without giving countless phone calls or sending emails. So such systems should become the new normal and should be applied much more commonly. And another big area in waterborne is sharing data on environmental conditions for the vessels and supporting port call optimizations. So hopefully we and also researchers in the environment will have access to better data. As now just carrying ad hoc measuring initiatives, again, it is not allowed to create high quality forecasts and predictions. So this data should improve these opportunities. In aviation, again, it's supporting integration, especially what is related to energy, helping management bodies, also sharing information about alternative fuels that will be relevant in all modes of transport, as one of the most common complaints about alternative fuels is that I have no idea where I can charge or refuel my vehicle. I have no idea whether these fueling stations will be available, what's their capacity, although this data should be easily accessible, but to this day it's not. So in aviation, that is one of the priorities. And hopefully natural competition will help, once we have more suppliers, will help to get us access to better data. Road safety is one of priorities, as there's Vision Zero you might have heard about, that we would not lose any more of European citizens to accidents on roads. That is very unnecessary, and I'm hoping this day comes sooner than the strategies are envisioning. So the idea is to improve integration of transport data and cross-country reporting, and better understanding severity and nature of some of the road accidents, as currently all countries classify these accidents differently, so it's impossible to tell who's doing well or if some of the initiatives have achieved desired impact. For example, some requirements for vehicles, are they really contributing to less injuries if accidents happen? And access to safety and traffic data could help operators, but I've seen some really interesting applications. For example, Estonians, they have open data for all the insurance payouts, and it's on a map. So if you zoom in, you can see that, for example, some parkings are obviously very poorly planned because they are covered in red dots, as people are constantly damaging their vehicles in that particular parking lot. So it's quite a good indication for the city planners that some parts of the city might have poor infrastructure, poor visibility, or some other issues, and it's not citizens being unruly. Connected, automated, and autonomous mobility is another buzzword we've been hearing a lot about, and some countries are already working quite hard on installing devices and improving communication between vehicles and these devices, as it's opportunity to improve safety, opportunity to create new products, to advance innovation. So it's one of the main goals to provide data that would allow to drive such services. So I'm hoping that we will get at least some of these devices in Lithuania, or maybe some sandbox where we would be able to test solutions, or at least to get good samples of data, because otherwise, unfortunately, we will be left behind with this initiative. Multimodal is another big ambition, and it's relevant as modes of transport. If they are efficiently connected, they can save quite a bit of time or emissions and make use of infrastructure much more efficient, and it's also quite relevant when talking about resilience and having alternative routes, as not everyone is discussing it as one of the greatest benefits of improved multimodal and intermodal connections, that then we would not have to rely on a single road, on a single track, but would be much safer in case of any natural or not so natural accidents. And in logistics, some of these things, like estimated time of arrival, it sounds so basic, it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, but it's still not accessible in most of hubs or between modes of transport. And while some operators might have this estimated time of arrival in accuracy of like 10 seconds, it will not necessarily be shared with anyone. So opening this information or making it more visible. I didn't know, for example, that in Lithuania we have it for vessels. It has been open since 2009, and surprise, turns out it exists. Unless you ask, sometimes you never find out these things. And it will help, it's like one piece that is enabling all further improvements. For example, if you know that a ferry is arriving with 50 or 70 trucks, and if you have information where those trucks are heading because you use ECMR, as a port you can plan much more efficiently transport corridors, how to distribute these vehicles, or any terminals in the vicinity of the port can start preparing in advance, because they will know exactly that this thing is coming in 35 minutes, we will have 30 vehicles, so everyone get to work. And I will share a very, very practical example, what I think will be the next biggest topic. So the previous one that is still very relevant was FT. But I'm pretty sure that the next one is this single European digital enforcement area, as there's more and more discussion how to automatically control transport. Road transport is #1 candidate. And both FT and other ongoing activities are moving in this direction, that risk assessment will be strengthened, control will increase in volume and in scope, and more of it will be automated. And now a small challenge. In EU, if we take all the directives that regard road transport, would you guess what is the absolute minimum number of requirements that road transport should be able to prove and are controlled? Any guesses? Any other guesses? Okay, so then I will spoil it for you that it's 145. Yeah, so our competent authorities and also any freight and passenger service providers should be able to prove that they comply with all 145 of these. So some of them are overlapping as they are related to combination of controllable domains. But you can see that as a company, as a minimum, it's not even concerning any of the national requirements. As a company, you have to cover 62 requirements. And as a driver, you would have to cover 70. And what is the challenge? So like in Lithuania, we can drive even without having the physical license. It's no longer necessary. The road police, they just enter your personal identification code and they will know absolutely everything about you. But if they stop any other vehicle, even from EU, all they see is this piece of plastic. And it's impossible to tell if person might have a dozen restrictions in France, 55 outstanding fines in Italy, or in general, they might have lost their right to drive, but simply the country that took away the right to drive does not confiscate the driver's license itself. And now it's almost impossible to get this information about the person, and such people are happily driving across border and contributing to those horrible road safety statistics. Some of these controllable requirements, so it's roughly half-ish, are available in a good number of EU systems. So what EU loves is abbreviations. So that you will notice immediately if you spend 5 minutes reading any communication or any regulation. So you'll see this digitalized, controllable data pieces across a number of systems. But in some of these systems, only 9 countries might be participating. In others, you will only find one small piece of data. From others, the data is barely usable as it's really complex and you have to have a special device like photograph or a special analysis software to get anything useful from that data. So how these systems could connect between themselves. So this is a to-be ambition, how road transport inspection might look like. So in the middle, where the icons are, you have the competent authority officer. While vehicle is still in transit, so the first column, second-generation tachographs that will be slowly rolling out already next year, they provide early information on the vehicle if there might be any violations of driving and resting time. Onboard unit can also share quite a bit of information on the vehicle. It can communicate with infrastructure and notify the officer that something might be out of order and this vehicle should be stopped. Number plates, I suspect those will be read on every single corner. I just saw that Circle K started accepting payments with your number plates only. So number plates will be the key, likely to be the key identifier, how the vehicle is recognized everywhere. Weight in motion is when vehicle is weighed without stopping, so it goes over some automatic scales, and it's checked whether it's not overloaded. And this contributes to the risk assessment system that gives notification to officer that might be standing like 3, 4, 5 kilometers away that this vehicle is a very good candidate for inspection. And once this vehicle is stopped, the officer's devices automatically communicate with the vehicle using short-range data retrieval and get some of the key data that is necessary for control. And rest of the data can be obtained using officer's device. So again, scanning the number plates by using FT, by using smart tachograph, and quite soon, I believe emission data will be also checked, or whether you paid one of the countless emission taxes. And the officer's device should be able to connect to the inspection software that can get this information from across EU, from national enforcement databases, and from some of the EU-wide ones that I showed. And would you like to guess when this model will be first tested in practice? Almost. Germans will be testing it next spring. So it will be a pilot, but if Germany managed to do that, and why I say managed is not because Germans are not advanced, but because they have 18 police authorities. So creating anything where 18 different public authorities are able all to connect in the same way and in the same tools is much more of a challenge than just creating one system, as for our road police, who are quite lucky in this regard that they can develop whatever they want. So yeah. So it will be only a pilot. So pilots, sometimes they fail and they might come back to the drawing board and see how good their idea was. But the ambition is next year, and already quite some progress has been made. So I'm pretty sure that the pilot will most definitely happen. Maybe it won't be so efficient to control absolutely everything, but most of these elements, pretty sure they will start applying in practice.
So
no more questions or comments. So sorry for scaring everyone.
I thought that this is your last slide.
It is my last slide.
So thank you, Ieva, very much. That was really horizon broadening of our horizons, this presentation. I would like to invite you next to me for the questions, as there will be some refurbishment for the panel discussion here. So would there be some questions? And I see already one hand raised.
That is an excellent question. I have not met a human that would understand what is an FT platform without a 10-minute introduction, as it's just one small piece between a number of other pieces. Oh no, this no longer wants to switch slides. But it's perfect. So going back to this communication between different transport participants. So FT platforms are intended to be business tool that will share some of information about moving freight, so freight that is being delivered to the governmental institutions. So that mostly regards control, compliance, but rest of the platform is supposed to serve business-to-business purposes and share digital documents or data sets that are equivalent to ECMR, dangerous goods declarations, or any other transport documents. So it's a very significant part of FT system implementation, and it's likely to be one of the tools that digitizes a lot of logistics companies, as it will have quite a few good uses.
Would there be some others willing to ask? Simonas, again, please.
It could be. So once it's implemented, so in 2027, first quarter, all governmental institutions will have to start accepting FT data. So it means that as an operator, you technically could only drive with digital data if your partners are happy with that. And authorities have no right to ask you for paper documents. For businesses, it will not yet be mandatory. However, in 2029, it will be again evaluated. Maybe it should become mandatory. So we are creating an information channel that will be certified and will meet quite strict requirements, what information is shared and how. So this channel could be used for multiple purposes, not only key freight data, but also some of those controllable requirements that we saw, or other logistics-related data such as emissions or CO2?
Okay, so just to sum up the last question. So Germany will test next spring the mobility data space prototype. So when does Lithuania has some kind of exercise like that?
We already have some of our open data on the mobility data space, and you can start contributing if you would like to improve how we look in the general picture, that because we already have quite a bit of open data, but it's not connected in this platform. But our authorities are already quite advanced. So last month in the interviews, we asked if they see where they see themselves in 5 years and if they have anything left to digitize. So they complained that unfortunately we have nowhere to go, as we have pretty much reached the limit of digitalization, and we would be happy if we could remotely measure alcohol levels in the blood.
Thank you, Ieva. Thank you very much for this informative information for us. So please give an applause to Ieva. Now, we will start another phase, and the last phase of this event, the panel discussion, which is dedicated to reducing CO2 in logistics and what are the challenges and solutions that work. So now I would like to invite panelists to take a seat on the stage. I would like to start with a face that we already are familiar with, and Radhika became a friend of ours. So Radhika, are you here? Outside. Okay. Robertas Vilkaitis, Chief Executive Officer at DPD Baltics. So please welcome. Victoria Tereke, Head of Sustainability at Girteka Europe West. So please take a seat. Eglė Šimė, Chief Executive Officer at LTG Cargo. Radhika Ralhan, Global Sustainability Impact Leader at Faculty at Smart Freight Center Academy. And the discussion will be moderated by Rugilė Andziukevičiūtė-Buzė, who is Managing Director at Transport Innovation Association.
Thank you, Inga, for introductions, and I would like to thank all the panelists who, despite of this beautiful, beautiful weather outside, and that is Friday afternoon, or rather we are going to an evening, still agreed to come and share their knowledge and some insights and expertise to really enlighten us about the solutions, what really works and what doesn't work, perhaps. So I would like to start this discussion by the round of introductions. Maybe you could each comment in your global team, in your group, in the company that you represent. Do you currently have a target of how much CO2 you have to cut, and what does it sound like, and is it established, and for what year you plan to cut what size of CO2?
Okay, I can start. Hello. It's nice to be here. Thank you for invitation. Yes, we are DPD Group is a transport company. We do generate quite a lot CO2. And yes, we have targets for its, how to say, decreasing consumption, not consumption, but decreasing emissions. And we set those targets, actually, it's more than 10 years when in DPD we are measuring, calculating, and following how many tons of CO2 we are emissioning. And each year we have actually group target is by 2040 to be zero CO2, which would be decrease by 90% decrease of emission, and 10% is offset, because 100 pure 100 it's not possible. So, and we are moving forward to that number, and actually around 6-7% per year we are, how to say, decreasing, currently taking 2020 as a basis.
Okay, that sounds really ambitious. Net zero by 2040. So like European Union just said.
Following those targets as well.
Okay, so talking about LTG, I would start that we have sustainability in our vision, and it's very important that we are connecting people and businesses for a sustainable future. And first of all, so we should start thinking about infrastructure. So at the moment we have ongoing project for electrification. So Vilnius-Klaipėda in 2026 will be electrified. It means that from 9% of our infrastructure, electrified infrastructure, we will grow to 35%. And with Rail Baltica, in 2030 or maybe later, we will increase till 40%. That means that still we will have diesel locomotives, or maybe hydrogen or some other technologies will come. We are looking for that. So talking about the network, of course, on this network we will run electric locos. So at the moment our group is different companies. I'm representing LTG Cargo Freight Carrier. So we are purchasing electric locomotives. They will arrive in 2026. We will have 17 locomotives, and the other company, LTG Link, for passengers, they are also procuring locomotives for sustainable transportation. But as I mentioned previously, this will be only 40% of the network electrified. So we have to look for the other solutions. And of course, we are looking for reducing energy consumption and doing another projects in our company. Also, I should mention that as a freight carrier, we are developing intermodal transportation, which also lets us, our customers, to save CO2 emissions. So this area of business is expanding. We started in, I would say, 3-4 years ago. It's not something new in Europe, it was new here. In Lithuania, we already had some intermodal transportation products for intermodal transportation developed, connecting Klaipėda to Vilnius or Kaunas. But at the moment, we have 2 routes connecting Kaunas to Germany and transporting freight, mostly semi-trailers or containers, and also Kaunas, Poland. So those are the main areas for CO2 saving. If talking about the goals, concrete measures, we have KPIs. There are 2 different KPIs when we measure CO2 emissions per ton kilometer or CO2 emissions per revenue we get. So we are planning till 2030 to reduce CO2 emissions per revenue by growing our business twice.
Oh, that also sounds just fascinating. Yep.
Hello, thank you for having me. So in Girteka, we started to measure our CO2 emissions in 2021. And when we started actually implementing the GLEC framework, and our journey was that we just measured tank to wheel, and it was like our start point 730 grams per ton. Having these results now, we do see that we reach already 2026 level. So it means that our all automatization, the digitalization tools that we are already implemented achieved us, allows us to achieve those results. So going with the CSRD regulations, we are starting now to create our strategy actually from the scratch. Having in mind the group of the concept, having in mind like the all separate members, we are now we are under the double materiality assessment actually stage. So then we will start like from the very first pitches. So I would say that we all do have goals, and we all do same goals, and it was taken care not by us, but by the European Commission. So 2024 by 45%. So I think that we are all in the same boat.
Thank you.
So I'm not representing a company, but I can...
But yeah, even more interestingly, to say for...
Absolutely. And I think here we need to look at two dimensions. One is the sustainability goals, which overall the companies have committed, right? It falls under your environment, social, and governance. So for example, even diversity and inclusion. Or I know even investors are asking how many climate change trainings have you done, right? So it's overall comprehensive goals, which have certain targets. I mean, in my previous roles in different companies, I mean, there was a plastic neutrality goal. There is also a goal on water neutrality, depending on the sector and what is a high risk. It's also true for even logistics, because packaging and the way the regulations are on single-use plastics and so on. So those goals are targeted very well. What we also have to look, and very rightly stated, is with the CSRD, there is a revision. There is a basic argument that you need to go back to the drawing board and reassess your baseline figures, because you also see now companies withdrawing from certain goals or commitments done. And that's nothing to do with, I would not say it's to do with commitments, but it's also to do with the scientific methodology that you've adopted at the first place. Secondly, how your individual initiatives or individual projects can not always be long-term goals. We have to distinguish between short-term, mid-term, and long-term. So if you look at fuel or transport, there are certain, with the technologies, you will talk about long-term commitments. But you also have to look at the low-hanging fruits within the supply chain. And that's where our emphasis should be, whether it's digitalization of decarbonization, right? Or talking about improving the emissions across, but also doing concrete programs, testing pilots, and not just talking about the transport. We also confuse, and I'll leave with that, transport is a sector, logistics is an industry. So we need to distinguish between transport and logistics and supply chain. There are three different contexts here. So yeah, overall, yeah.
So rightly stated, focusing on low-hanging fruits, because it's true, we will not switch to fully electric or fully hydrogen by tomorrow or even in 3 or 5 years. It's clear that we need a mix of decisions. And so with that, I would like to switch to Robertas, the CEO of DPD, because the last mile among the transport part producers and machine producers, the solutions for last mile are considered as really almost available or basically available in the market. And really, DPD is one of the first companies in Lithuania to have implemented electric delivery of goods, of parcels driven by electric vehicles. But maybe you could tell your story. What really drove you to choose and subsidize electric vans? Because how is it with this TCO? Does it make a good business case? And if not, what really drove you to try and test this electric vans? And what was the driving force to implement that?
If to say in one sentence, that was strategic choice from the group. But if to be more wide, and as I said, already more than 10 years we are calculating, measuring, and we were offsetting till this point. Then we moved to decreasing emissions. So this was, how to say, the next step after offsetting, when technologies became available even for commercial transport, because first electric cars for regular usage were already for several years, but for Commercial transport, I think that was the first wave when we made the first step into that field. And actually, this is what the main driver, because it was not like just for marketing, and we were doing this for real, and that made it just naturally next step in decreasing. And in our yes, it's not only minivans that we are using for our last mile. In our system, it's heavy transport as well, big part, and actually. Around 50% of our emission is done by vans, 45% by heavy transport, about 5% related to buildings and the rest of infrastructure. So if to talk about heavy transport, it's still a lot of unknowns. There is no technology. I don't think that electric vehicles will be the solution for heavy transport. So that's a lot of unknowns in the future. So yes, as you say, low-hanging fruits is minivans, which is currently available. But first steps was okay, but now the prices of the cars is difference is 2.5 times comparing to regular cars. So again, it's we are doing it slowly. In some cases we already, slowly behind our targets. Which actually the whole DPD program was approved by SBTi. So it's not just for doing, but the whole program was tested, approved, and we are following it.
And just to follow on that, when you implemented electric vans in Lithuania, maybe just in Vilnius
yes,
or in Kaunas?
First step it's in Vilnius, now it's appearing in other cities as well.
But and maybe you tried modeling different data sets, and did it prove to really did you see when auditing your numbers of CO2 really dropping significantly?
Our estimated, before we launched those vehicles, estimated impact was 270 tons of CO2 per year. And when we calculated for the full year, when we used it, it was very much close. I think it was 258, something like that. So it was close. But of course, it depends. Our main KPI for following it is CO2 emission per parcel, so which combines from different things. So and it depends on different situations. So if in general, when we work more efficient, it's without any other efforts, it's already better. So when we started to use electric vehicles, we make a big step progress, and though now progressing slower, but anyway, that direction.
And do you feel this is rightly, you get a big push from your clients? For example, do you come to the positions where some, I don't know, global tenders or local tenders would be won also on this global carbon price, or how much CO2 can you save? Is this push from clients, is it big enough, or is rather a strategic decision within the group
to say, to be nice, or to say the truth?
Of course, the truth.
So if to tell the truth, then it's actually more. If you participate in some state-owned company's tender, you need to fill some information. If to talk about private business, it's in the very, 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 very beginning. Only a few are interested in that, but I think it will change in a couple of years because we will have all to report. So, but it's very, very, very beginning.
Yeah, the CSRD reporting kicks in, but I'm also the believer that it's not the directives, especially if they are voluntary, will make a difference, but all the ecosystem and everyone at the table will have to start making a difference. But moving on that, I would like to ask Eglė, Of course, the rail everywhere, and especially by European Union, is promoted and considered as a mean to save very much CO2 emissions. If you do intermodal, if you shift some part of the journey to intermodal, do you already feel by the upsurge of clients or the ask of clients who would come for this favor, for this service, just because they want to reduce the CO2 and to report less CO2?
So first of all, I would like to say that to state that sustainability costs. And when customers are coming to us, they hope that they will pay the same price as moving goods via road. But it's not true. You have to subsidize that, or because huge investments are needed. And of course, for railway, it's the targets, yeah, they are on the table. Europe is not fulfilling them, and I believe that till 2030 the goals will not be reached. We can already state that today, and there are a lot of open questions which. I don't know, maybe next European Commission will challenge this topic, we'll see. But at the moment, railway infrastructure is not so good. For example, to compare even Lithuania, to transport freight from Vilnius to Klaipėda, it takes 12 hours, comparing via train, yeah, intermodal train. Comparing to road transport, it's 4 hours and that's it. So there are huge investments needed into infrastructure, not only in Lithuania, but also Europe. And here the price comes, and we have to pay for that infrastructure. The users of infrastructure are paying for that. So there are a lot of open questions, and if you are asking if customers are coming just because of sustainability goals, so even such customers as IKEA, they have sustainability in their strategy. They are openly talking about that. But when the economic crisis came, they switched to road transport very quickly. So at the moment, the biggest push, I would say, comes from banking sector, because they are already, I don't know if they are already following, but they are talking to customers about green loans, and this question, I think, forces. If to say about business, I don't believe that business will choose sustainability. In 5 years, maybe after some time of regulations, it will come. But without regulations, I don't believe that.
Yeah, they say that we need a global tax on carbon before we really things start to get going. But
business is about money; it's not about being green. Yeah, some companies are switching, yes, but it's rare.
Okay, very interesting. And now moving on to Victoria from GreenLogistics. You are really among the largest European logistic companies, top 6 in Europe, I believe, considering all the group members. And you are clearly one of the most advanced company to start implementing these sustainability goals. Do you feel that already there is a big demand from clients, from you, to show how much CO2 can you save, and to really count the CO2 with you together?
Yes, actually, this is like probably the first RFI starts with it for all the tendering process. So they are asking if we are prepared and if are willing to be together and going to the sustainability journey based on even SBTi. So that becomes like the regulations from outside, meaning European Commission. Then, of course, that very huge part is playing the commercial part. So I would say that today we talked a lot about like tools, implementations, and data, how it is important will be in terms of the reporting. So as soon, probably I would like to all of us encourage, as soon as we will be ready to report, as soon we might be our green card or green passport as a companies will be very important, just because we will be the more attractive in terms of the commercial perspective. Because like I don't see another future as the CO2 emissions, that those emissions will be taxed simply. So for me, I from my perspective, I do see as the future future currency probably.
And maybe you could share because GreenLogistics is also one of the first companies in Lithuania to have acquired electric N3 trucks, right? And you are testing of it. Maybe you can share with our audience what solutions really worked and that you rightly accounted for it. And it worked in reality, but also in accounting and reducing CO2 emissions.
So we do have few pilot projects, I would say. Now we are preparing like proof of the concept instead of like going to scale up. Of course, scale up, it's like very bold word, having in mind the infrastructure and the network. I would say that testing phase is about the ending actually, and now we are collecting the data. The first research will be launched actually very soon, and we will be really quite open about the energy and how it works. The second phase probably will be like to really search the green corridors and to really collaborate with all the parties, energy providers, logistics platforms, NGOs such as Smart Trade Center. Actually, they do have very pretty much cool program about the green corridors. So like the transformation in the logistics sector cannot be taken alone, definitely, and without like telling out loud, like, let's partnership, let's try to, how to say, to change the experience. I think that logistics is already pushing us, instead of talking, really to do something. If we would like to reach those goals that are very well stated. So about e-mobility, it is a little bit, well, it's a little bit too early to state what kind of the outcomes we do have, but I want to know, like, I can share one experience that, for example, we tested fully electric equipment on the road. So it means electric truck with electric trailer. So having in mind that electric trailer, the price is double or sometimes even more, and having in mind that the reefer from itself consumes like just a very little percentage of, of CO2 emissions comparing with the truck from itself. So electric trailer probably will not yet the area where all our clients would like to invest. So this is like was the clear conclusion that okay, we will still go just with the heads, and maybe for the reefer we will use biodiesel and so on. So one probably.
But to elaborate on that, really, in your strategy, what do you think would be the low-hanging fruit for you in 5 years term, or maybe in 3 years term, and then for a longer period? Like if you have a client that asks you to really say your emissions are still too high, we need to report less, and we really need to do it in practice. What would you focus? What do you think group is focusing on to achieve it? What with the means and the technology that is at hand right now?
So low-hanging fruits, from my perspective, it is very simple things. This is reduce the empty mileage. Simple as that. Just because now in the European Union we are consuming each day 40% of all the kilometers they are running empty. So then, simple as that, we should plan in advance and reach that efficiency. Lean management systems allow us to do it, digitalization allow us to do it, like, I don't know, like we are using, for example, Nexogen, so it's like IE planner and IE operator. So this is like the tools. Of course, that the board computers that we do have is, we are bringing out a huge flow of the data. So the data flow is now not the problem, probably how you will read and how you will be accurate in slicing them up and then implementing the methodologies and calculation. So first thing, efficiency and empty mileage. Second thing, like all as we would talk about the logistics sector or transportation sector, would be probably the collaboration between our partners or clients and us. So it means that everybody wants to load on Monday and deliver on Friday, instead of like maybe we should think to prolong the transit and put the truck on the trailer and let's load it on Thursday for delivery, on Monday as well. Plus, I mean, we do have some kind of the lanes. For us particularly, will be, as I would say, a challenging journey, just because our fleet is the new one, Euro 6 standard, so it means that they are consuming really the lowest possible emission in the heavy technique vehicles. Second step is that we are not using at all tote liners or containers. So means that if we are talking about intermodality, we should open the lanes particularly that suits for that equipment which is running, on the roads. E-mobility still do have kind of the shady future. I am a huge believer, but I'm reading the signs from the market as well. And so I would say that for our company means that long distance, temperature control goods, operating our own fleet probably would be the best choices, definitely alternative fuels or e-fuels or all possible type of the fuels that will come with e-letter.
Very, very interesting, because you have to focus on already what's available at hand. But now switching to Radhika, then with your global expertise, you have done maybe this exercise with different partners, and your center clearly has very big knowledge. Can you say what are approved low-hanging fruits globally, and what really works? And for example, what can you recommend to the logistic companies actually?
So I'm also going to take this question as my past experience as a sustainability manager, right, with different companies, because I think very rightly stated, price is and will continue to be a key determinant. I mean, let's face it, especially if you're talking about alternative fuels and so on. Price is the main factor. And I think we misconstrue the domain of sustainability. It is economic, social, and environment. So if you pick off the economic, it's not sustainable. It's the fundamental rule. So that's why you look at low-hanging is very rightly stated. You rethink your supply chain. And I'm not talking theoretically. It's really doable, even in my own experience. I mean, what all small little improvements you can do within your supply chain can also contribute to a major impact. For example, it looks very, very minuscule, but I think one of my key initiatives was to launch a digital business card in a previous company. And you might say, hey, this may not have impact, but then the methodologies come because you need to go digital as well than giving paper cards. It is literally the smallest of the thing that you can look into your organizations. That's internal. External, for the logistics, definitely, because customers are the key determinants of the supply chain and the business. How are you also collaborating with customers? So you have to develop those case studies, and we did that. I mean, I was also instrumental in driving it with one of the customers on alternative fuel. Then you see the sustainability managers as the change agents. Can you start with those pilots, see the impact, and then scale it up? And that's doable. And I think I was speaking to someone. I personally saw a big trend from certain sectors. You cannot just, while we are in this part of the world of Europe, Europe is very big. I mean, the Nordics are at the advance, and the customers at that area are going to dictate your sustainability. And that's happening in the RFQs and even on the tenders. I was also out of business because if 100, I think there's a percentage, I also saw 40%, 50% giving as mandatory sustainability requirement. And it was not just a tick mark activity on reporting. It talked about, okay, if I'm going to give you business, what is that one solution you're going to give me to decarbonize it? So customers do drive it. Third, I completely agree. It just cannot be driven. So these are the low-hanging fruits that I'm talking. But having said that, I also want to say that, if you look at certain sectors, and I'm not pointing any sectors of customers, it's also the language in which now we are doing business. It should be a trade-off. The customers are also green energy providers. They can also be your trade-offs. If you can give them some, price or some exchange in the exchange of their green products, it also works in that way. So what I'm trying to say here is novel thinking in doing the new kind of business will also help you sharing the prices. But it also depends which part of Europe or which part of the country you're from. You cannot dictate that in certain regions at all. One of the key sectors I also saw was pharma. they have a mandatory, it was much beyond the European regulations. They had mandatory sustainability goals, and they were much far ahead in, into their sustainability journey. And that's why they ensured that their logistic providers do provide them sustainability solutions. But those are some of the way of doing business, but also compelling to do solutions in-house, external, and then also joint collaborations on doing some projects. It works, but that's a journey that you have to take together. And it's doable. It's not something theoretical. Yeah.
And because today and tomorrow and after tomorrow we will have a hackathon exactly about this accounting CO2 emissions and using digital solutions for that. Maybe Radhika, from your experience also, you can share what lessons you have learned. Maybe some companies tried calculating it in one methodology or another, and they thought that this digital solutions would really cut those emissions or would help to measure something that's at stake, but then it proved to be not so right. Maybe you can share some lessons learned, how can really, when company underwent a journey, for example, using a digital tool in logistics to cut the CO2, and what were the results?
Yeah, I think we had that interaction just briefly before the panel, and it was very rightly stated. That is also a case study where companies are using the digital tools. In fact, in my previous experience, there was no reporting methodology. And I used a different strategy. I'm an Indian. I like to negotiate. I also like to negotiate on price. And I like to be a little bit innovative. So I said, okay, you gather innovators. They should show you how they are doing it. You can go back to the drawing board and develop some indicators around that. That's a way of thinking. And that happened because I think you can speak it from your experience. Implementing a tool within a company, external tool, it takes big time to do all the digital IT checks. So what do? Do you stop all your exercises because customers are on your heads asking you for reports? You innovate. You say, okay, for the timing, let's get on a partnership agreement with the key innovators, start doing it with them, cater to the business, and then develop. And that is very critical because it is a learning process, not for sustainability, but for your project management operations people. And that happened. That's something, it's a very concrete example. And second is, of course, we talked about the AI-based packaging. So I just do not only looked at the fuel or the transport mechanism, but how do you collect that reporting and those indicators with your core initiatives as well. So
but do you think, you mentioned AI, and we previously exchanged ideas, the role of artificial intelligence. How fast do you think, how far ahead we are with it? And let's say how many years or months maybe for a simple small logistic company to put in the data and to get out of it the clear CO2 emissions report?
See, if you're dynamic right now, you can do it right now. There are so many tools. There are so many providers. You just have to have that dynamic aspect, even the small company. And by the way, cost, it's actually cheaper. It's actually cheaper to partner and get it done. So it's a myth where people think, oh, it will ask for a lot of complexities of Excel data from us, a lot of work for our own forces than to get those results. It's very simplified. So that's there. But high-level solutions like technologies and all will definitely take time. I think they are more experts also. They can also share their experience, but these were very small experiences that I had in-house, yeah.
Very interesting. Robert, because you said your company has been monitoring it for 10 years, what lessons you have learned and maybe you could share? What's the hardest out of finding the right data and putting the right data? Maybe you can share some lessons learned.
Yes, the main topic is to get correct data for the calculation. I cannot maybe say a lot how the calculation model is working because it's done centrally in the group and we are only responsible to collect proper data. So yes, in the beginning it was all manual, but now we are moving, all the cars are getting more and more smarter, so this helps to collect all the information much faster and maybe even more reliable. So it's all related to different kinds of technologies that evolving now. Maybe sometimes they are meant to create it for different purpose, but now they are serving as well as for CO2 measurement and collecting data needed.
So you mean like GPS tracking devices and CO2?
All those things, and all this fuel consumption. It's again the same cars already calculating it. That you have information from all the. You have information, how to say, digitally from your fuel provider. So it's different small things that became digitalized, helps a lot to collect that data.
No, and it's very interesting because Victoria touched on that, and she mentioned empty mileage. But what do you feel has been your key component in cutting the CO2 emissions? Like, what's small thing out of what you mentioned? Maybe like different fuels or eco driving or other solutions that really proved that worked.
When we started this journey, the very simple solution for us to decrease emissions was just to buy newer transport. This is very, very, very easy step. But because the price is very much driving all those things, so when we renewed our transport, it already was a first step to do that. Then, of course, efficiency. If you deliver more parcels with the same car, it's per parcel, it's already a lower amount of CO2. So those simple things, which actually, but efficiency is important not because of CO2. It's in general important to be
for the TCO.
To earn money, to be competitive. So all those things, they at the end anyway are drivers and helping to be CO2 efficient.
Right, and Aglia, what lessons you have learned from your CO2 reporting journey, and what you think has proved best for your for the whole group?
I would say that it's very similar because you're buying newer cars, we are buying newer locomotives, they are just more expensive, and that's it. But I have a very nice example about CO2 emissions because we're measuring not only our CO2 emissions but also helping customers, especially in intermodal transport. It's one of the key selling points now becomes we are showing our customers, and they can even, for example, now our customers are asking us to provide some tools, apps, or some system to evaluate how much CO2 they will save on the journey, and then they can sell that to their customers. So last year, not last year, I think it was already 2 years ago, we developed some calculation system. It's based on European regulation. At the moment, it is working digitally in the Excel, but we are calculating, we are comparing freight, how much CO2 emissions some route will have if it will be done by cars or by railway. So we are comparing that and calculating the difference and showing our customers how much CO2 they can save if they will choose railways. So this tool for our customers is very, they are using it, and this is, I would say, a good way to show the savings and also a selling point for them. And inside the company, I would like also to mention the data. So we have huge amounts of data, but the quality of the data, I think all the companies have the same problem, because it looks funny to make some report with KPIs. It should be very easy because you make just in Excel you make formulas and that's it. But the biggest problem is to get correct data and to put it there. So we're still working on that, and having in mind that we have all trendy systems with SAP and CRMs and etc. So still this is a huge problem.
Well, of course, data and data sharing is also at the core, I think, what this hackathon is about, what this previous presentation of EU data spaces and this FT regulation is about. But nevertheless, I'm also the believer that we will have to share data at its source, and all these data operations will have to become seamless, not in a year, but I'm a believer it can happen in 5.
Definitely.
But because our discussion is coming to an end, maybe we could finish on a philosophical note. So just do a circle and I would like to ask you all, what do you think it would really take, regardless of how well we have those methodologies established? Maybe in EU can push even more directives or certifications or standards. How should we report? But what do you think would it really take for us to switch to less carbon-intensive life, to less carbon-intensive economies, and to more sustainable way of being?
I think if to philosophically thinking, then I think when will be 30 degrees of heat during Christmas, that will change mind.
Yeah, I totally agree with you that it's personal perception. It begins from me, what I'm doing, and then it comes to the company, it comes to the communities, it comes to different areas of collaboration. But first of all, it's me and why it's important, and then who can change that me view. So only communication, trainings, talking about that, discussing about that more openly, and more trainings, I would say, because now if you would go outside and talk about those presentations which were made here, I don't know, part of the people, 90%, they will not know what you're talking about. So we have to share outside our insights and to talk about that.
Yes, actually, totally agree with that statement that the education, this is the first step. Talking about the sector overall, I mean transport sector. But of course, all the changes in the world happening from your own steps. So the Earth, unfortunately, doesn't have Plan B, and I totally agree with both of you actually, because like if we will feel that we do have strength of surviving in the third, I think it's going to be regulated very quickly and very efficient.
I think I'll make it very quick because I'm coming from Delhi, which is 52 degrees now. So, yeah. So it's. I think climate change is hitting us. We have to showcase our commitments. We have to collaborate for sharing the joint challenges, practices. We have to generate credible knowledge and credible change makers. I think that's really, really pivotal, because if you don't create credible knowledge, then you have that issues of multiple data sets and all, and now you have the framework. So bring credible people across it, because greenwashing is not just about your products, it's also about people just talking about sustainability without having any credible knowledge. And I think it's time to change. And this is not philosophical. It's actually, this is time to change. And we all are here for collaborative learnings and sharing. So that's where the future is. And yeah, and let's be cool in this hot weather for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and let's hope we don't kill capitalism in the meanwhile, and that we stay competitive as a Europe, as a continent. But I would like to thank really all the panelists for sharing your thoughts. It was great having you on board, and I wish you a very nice upcoming weekend. And for those that you're staying for Hackathon, also insightful ideas from our partners. Thank you.
Thank you. So on behalf